Uh, any love for a boy with a tonal outfit? Even though he normally does contrasting outfits? I gotta wear this one in a little bit. I just got it. It's loomed linen. I'm actually, I didn't actually intend this. I'm actually wearing the paired shorts. So I'm in like a full linen, like, drip suit, you know? Like I'm in a whole ensemble. White on white boy? Yeah, you know it. Racist fit. Every fit I wear is a racist fit. It is white boy summer. To monocolor IMO? Yeah, well, that's what tonal outfit means. You look like you're going on a safari to hunt an elephant, low-key. People think safari when they see warm weather military clothing, because that's what people wore to safaris. After World War II in Vietnam and, well, not Korea. After World War II in Vietnam, like a bunch of the shit that people wore to safaris was dead stock military gear that got sold to civilians. So it's functionally just military clothes. Maybe like a hunting jacket, you know? Looks more plantation to me. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. They didn't have military clothes like this back in the plantation days. Would you like to eat some spaghetti? Fuck no, are you kidding me? Oh, baby, absolutely not. You love black people? I think the more important question is, do black people love me? And the answer to that question is, with zero exceptions, yes. I feel most people think more 1800s when they think safari, not 50s or 70s. Well, if they're thinking 1800s, they're even more off, because no one was wearing clothes like this back in the 1800s. This is a, what is it? Am I thinking the HB43 overshirt? This is like a very common silhouette. I'll look it up. It's Buck Mason. Buck Mason loomed linen overshirt. We'll just see what the P43, not whatever I said 43, P43. The P43 fatigue shirt. It's a common fit. Making me think that I ironed the lapels on too much. Maybe I need to, like, I need to bring it down to around here. Most people think Teddy Roosevelt when they think safari. Teddy Roosevelt safari. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. They wore different clothes back then, man. They didn't have P43. Buddy, it hadn't been 43 yet. What are you talking about? Thinking of Jumanji's hunter outfit? Yeah, this is called a safari jacket. With the 4 pockets? Yeah. This is like a classic warm weather hunting outfit. Yeah. They look good. You know, Buck Mason has a safari jacket. Here, I saw this one at the store I went to recently. Near UW. Oh, never mind. This is a flight jacket model. This is based on the Navy flight jacket. Not quite the same. No, not what I was thinking of. Let me see if I can... They had a safari jacket. Oh, they call it the jungle jacket. The jungle cloth jacket. Yeah, they're not selling anymore. It's a kind of field jacket. I don't think they sell it anymore. Okay, this is an image of it from back when it was being sold. I tried it on in-store. Super light. Super light. Very comfy. Looks like a fishing shirt. They have similar roots. Much pockets. Yeah, the top pockets are where you put your bullets. That's why they're slanted inward, because you're meant to reach into the opposing breast pocket with your hand. Get it? What's this called again? Well, this it's a safari jacket. I mean, there's a bunch of different types. It's all basically just like iterations on military and hunting gear. Hunting gear is interesting, you know? They had those jackets that had like a leather shoulder, so you could lay your gun against it for a long time without your shoulder getting sore. Clothes used to be very purpose-built. Look at this. Vintage 1940s leather shooting jacket. Okay, come on. Tell me that this doesn't scream like old school utility to you. I know it looks crazy now, but you're thinking like, why did they do that? You know? And they had a good reason. Looks like skin. Yeah, that's what leather is. Also the elbow patch. Oh, that's for holding your gun under the arm. So it's you can run around the forest all day without a care in the world. But that's a little bit of history for you guys. If you're ever looking at a modern jacket that has a heavy patch that runs along this part of the jacket, that's because it's derived from old hunting jackets. You're meant to rest the gun on that shoulder. Nice, logical pretzels. Do you know of any good light or breathable shirts in darker colors? Well, yeah, the color doesn't really change the breathability of it, you know? You just want loose weaves. Think linen, you know? Lighter cloth. You know, you just don't want anything heavy. Also, do you mean t-shirt or regular shirt? Like a button-up shirt? Just look for linen? Yeah, look for linen and look for the weight of the clothing. The weight of the fabric. That'll tell you what you need to know. Yeah, I saw Posadas. Your unsubtle attempt to direct me away from the fashion will not work. I was done talking about it anyway. Watch this older clip of Mamdani. Mamdani.
About this entire project.
I've seen
it's not simply to raise class consciousness, but to win socialism. And obviously raising class consciousness is a critical part of that. But making sure that we have candidates that both understand that and are willing to put that forward at every which moment that they have, at every which opportunity that they're given. We have to continue to elect more socialists, and we have to ensure that we are unapologetic about our socialism. There are also other issues that we firmly...
I have already seen so many socialists doing this shit, where they're like already getting ready for Mamdani to be a huge sellout, and they're just preparing for it. I like, there was some discourse on like, why is he doing entryism to the Democratic Party when he fucking ran as a mayor in the Democratic Party? Like people are so fucking primed to be negative. Why is he in space? That's a good question. I have no idea. I don't know how he's surviving out there.
Believe in, whether it's BDS, right, or whether it's the end goal of seizing the means of production, where we do not have the same level of support at this very moment. And what I want to say is that it is critical the way that we organize, the way that we set up our work and our priorities, that we do not leave any one issue for the other, that we do not meet a moment and only look at what people are ready for, but that we are doing both of these things in tandem, because it is critical for us to both meet people where they're at and to also organize for what is correct and for what is right, and to ensure that over time we can bring people.
Having near clinical depression is a prerequisite for being a leftist. It's not actually the depression, at least not in a lot of their cases. Remember how yesterday I was talking about how basically everyone watching my streams could do more and they choose not to? And you have to accept that fact if you want to be honest with yourself. Like, it's like the people who bullshit themselves and they're like, I have not had the time to get in shape. Yes, you have. You literally have. I guarantee you have. Every single person watching. Okay? The reason you haven't gotten in shape is because you've been lazy. That's it. But that's fine. Like, because everyone makes those everyone makes those trade-offs in their life. Just don't fucking lie to yourself and don't lie to me, you know? But there are a lot of leftists who do, to be clear, literally nothing. They're all puffed up in the head. They do literally nothing to make the world better. And the only way they can cope with that cognitive disconnect, even though they think of themselves as the best lefties, is by pretending that all possible avenues of changing the world are actually like cucked and cope and fake and not real. So by deluding yourself into believing that everyone who's trying is wasting their time, you don't feel bad that you're not wasting your time.
People to that issue. The ramifications of victory here is the difference between life and death for so many of our brothers, sisters, and family beyond the binary across this borough of Queens.
I was about to say, what about non-binary people? But he actually fucking got my ass with that one. Jesus Christ, Mamdani. You animal.
It's the difference between having cash bail anymore or not. It's the difference between having sex work be decriminalized and not. And with every battle that we fight as socialists, we need to remember what the stakes are and ground ourselves in them and why those stakes are important and critical to us as individuals.
Yeah. But is he gay? If not, I can't support him. But wait, pride is over? I always feel prideful. I never stop. He's not a Republican, so he's probably not a closeted gay man. That's true. Yeah, we don't have that fallback. I don't think Muslims are allowed to be gay. Yeah, but like neither are Christians, and there's tons of gay Christians, and I don't know if Jews are or aren't, probably not, but there are anyway. Doesn't really matter. Religion's not real. Nobody really believes in it. Okay. Here we are. The big, beautiful bill. They shoved it into the House as quickly as possible, and they are rushing to complete a vote. A bunch of representatives aren't even at the Capitol building because nobody in Congress does their jobs. A ton of people, my understanding actually is that a bunch of representatives from like Washington, Oregon, and California, the other westernmost states, have been held up on bad weather. Like they weren't even in DC. They're just like rushing back. God does not want this passed. No. The reps from California, Oregon, and Washington are mostly Democrats, actually. Believe it or not. God does want this passed. Democrats say they'll vote hell no on GOP bill. That's great. Hakeem Jeffries advancing the absolute greatest denunciation he can conceive, which is saying he won't vote for the thing everyone knew he wasn't going to vote for. No bully pulpit, folks. Where's the video? Just let me see him denounce it. Rep. Jeffries calls on Republican lawmakers to express John McCain-like courage. That's great. That's a good rallying moment for the Democrats. We should try to inspire our opponents to the moral heights of John McCain. No, that's good. That's good. Here we go. Sorry, I was trying to find a video. It's just like no one actually cares, so it's hard to find a video. The Washington Post cared so little they didn't even dedicate good server space to it.
House Democrat will vote hell no against this.
Yeah, give me the longer one.
United as House Democrats to make clear to the American people that every single House Democrat will stand up for your health care, stand up for your Medicaid, stand up for your Medicare, stand up for the Affordable Care Act, stand up for nutritional assistance for our children, our seniors, and our veterans, stand up for our hospitals, stand up for our nursing homes, stand up for our community-based health centers, and stand up against massive tax breaks.
He's so uncharismatic that he's actually making me against these things that I'm normally for. It's crazy. Like, it makes you think, like, do I like nutritional assistance for women and infants? Is that actually something I care about, or?
For GOP billionaire donors. And that is why every single House Democrat will vote hell no against this one big, ugly bill.
That's probably true.
And all we need are 4 House Republicans to join us in defense of their.
Remember, if it wasn't for the fact that multiple Democrats have died from being 100 years old, it would be just one, right? Is it 1 or 2? They need 4 Republicans to join them because the fucking gerontocracy of the Democrats. Didn't one get assassinated too? No, that was a Minnesota House member or Senate member.
Constituents who will suffer mightily from this bill. Children will be hurt. Families will be hurt. People with disabilities will be hurt. Women will be hurt by what is an all-out assault on the health care of the American people.
Massey and Rand will vote no. Rand is a senator. Massey will vote no for sure.
An unprecedented assault, ripping health care away from more than 17 million Americans. Premiums, copays, and deductibles for other people on private insurance will go up.
He's like a discount Obama. You can't say that because he's black. Listen, every Democrat, or almost every Democrat, has been trying to do an Obama impression since like 2012, okay? Including him. But you can't say it about him because he's black. I could. You can't. You have to understand, you don't have the charitability, okay? You don't have the good grace and reputation that I have, all right? You can't do that. You can say it about Pete Buttigieg. You can't say it about him, okay? Because everyone watching from YouTube is like, damn. They don't get it. They're looking at chat. They're thinking, damn, Vosh's audience thinks that every black guy is just copying Obama. There were no black people before Obama. Now everyone's fucking putting shoe shine on, and they're going, yeah, me too, me too, me too. I also want to win 2 terms. That's what they're thinking about you. It's disgusting. Stop.
All across the country, hospitals will close. Nursing homes will shut down. Community-based clinics will not have the ability to operate. And as a result, people are going to die.
One second, I have to read one chat I sent YouTube chat. Damn, this whole thing with Vosh chewing out chat is getting old. Chat, what do you think? Is it over? Should I stop the this like trend that I've had lately of me ribbing chat? This 6-year-long trend.
Connected to this one big ugly bill. Tens of thousands of unnecessary American deaths per year. Shame on Republicans for even bringing this bill to the House floor. So all we need are 4 Republicans to join us in support of their constituents, to have John McCain level courage.
There we go.
And stand up in defense of the health care of the American people. What type of party would bring a bill to the House floor that rips away Medicaid from those in need? What kind of party would bring a bill to the House floor that literally robs food from the mouths of children, veterans, and seniors? And all of this is being done.
I think Trump should double down. Trump should also get rid of the Affordable Care Act. Not like legally. I don't think he could do it legally without 60 votes, but I think that he could just like functionally shut it down. He could probably find some bullshit way. It's not like the courts mean anything. Why not? Yeah, like go all in, you know? Just commit.
To provide massive tax breaks to their billionaire donors. It's unconscionable, it's unacceptable, it's un-American, and House Democrats are committing to you that we're going to do everything in our power to stop it. And all we need are 4 Republicans, just 4, to show John McCain level courage.
Twice. Oh, we're doing that line twice. Thank you. You know, there's nothing that Republicans want more than to have the reputation of John McCain in 2025. That's really good. You're really inspiring them to be their best, you know?
Just 4. There are 220 of them. All we need are 4.
Pathetic.
And so all we have to do,
please,
as a Congress, is act in a manner consistent with the better angels of this country. Stand up for everyday Americans, not the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected. That's what Republicans are doing in bringing this one big ugly bill to the House floor. Why would anyone vote for this dangerous and extreme bill? We are here today.
He's such a terrible public speaker. Yeah, it's pretty, like, you have to get, like, express some sympathy. It's really difficult to be an advocate for good things when at a base level, you can't actually challenge any of the reasons the bad things are happening. You know what I mean? Like, I bet you it hurts a little bit for him to say something like Republican billionaire donors, knowing fully well that he and his party have capitulated nonstop. Hakeem Jeffries literally met with, like, Silicon Valley leaders to try to convince them. Am I thinking of Hakeem Jeffries or am I thinking of Schumer? Met with Silicon Valley leaders to essentially go, why won't you guys work with us anymore? Guys, what the fuck? That was Jeffries? Okay. Ro Khanna? No. Ro Khanna does that 24/7. I'm saying Jeffries did it in like a deliberate visit. Ro Khanna lives there. He wakes up and starts kissing their asses, okay? But Hakeem Jeffries went over and literally like, dude, what the fuck? I thought we were like cool like that. We don't get invited on Joe Rogan. Imagine doing this right after all of them contribute to Donald Trump's sovereignty fund, and all of them, or sorry, not sovereignty fund, inauguration fund, and all of them went on fucking Joe Rogan with a silver chain and broccoli hair to talk about how like totally like bogus wokeness is. Humiliation ritual. Thankfully, Hakeem Jeffries clearly cannot feel shame, so I don't think it hurt any more than his day-to-day life, which I imagine is agony, like, normally. House opens debate in Trump's big bill. Okay, let's just... C-SPAN, where you at?
Mr. Speaker, my Democrat colleagues continue to rail against common sense community engagement requirements, which require able-bodied adults without an exemption to spend 20 hours per week working, volunteering, and
what are we on right now?
Or participating
the Fox of
in
North Carolina amendment on agreeing
program.
to the amendment.
Let's be perfectly clear. These work requirements
That's
apply
great.
only to able-bodied adults without young dependents.
This is all earlier. So it's not ongoing right now? Okay. House opens debate. More debate. Trump meets with GOP lawmakers. AOC says do the math. God, she's pretty. This is a 2019 photo. Dude, she's pretty now too, you know? Update your shit. They pulled out this photo because they were like, she looks pretty. On June 28th, Border Patrol made only 137 arrests, a sharp contrast to late 2023 when arrests topped 10,000 on the busiest days. You know, I have to give the Trump administration credit for one thing. Their ICE efforts have been ineffective, but what they've done to deter people from crossing up from the southern border has been unprecedentedly effective. They've been running ads in Mexico saying, we will fucking kill you if you come up here. The Border Patrol has been, like, beating people to death or whatever. Yeah, they have succeeded in that respect. Nobody wants to come to this country? Yeah? Turns out all you have to do is violate international law? Yeah? Not many people crossing into North Korea. Yeah, except for that one guy. You watch Squid Games? I'm not watching Squid Games Season 2. Any moron could tell that that first season was meant to be a one and done. Why the fuck would I? And they're doing like an American version? No. I watched season 1. It was really good. That's it. I'm not participating in the humiliation ritual of watching everything that I love get fucking raped to death by, you know, corporate media. No, thank you. Yeah, like Fooly Cooley, it has only one season. Reader question. Is there any possibility the House won't pass Trump's big bill? Republicans broadly agree failure isn't an option. Ultimately, the bill is almost certain to pass. It's just a question of how many more steps it takes to get there. That's a good answer. Yeah, there's basically no chance this doesn't pass because the Republicans won't allow it to not pass. Unlike Democrats, they actually do have lines that you can't cross. So it may be more concessions are eked out, but yeah. Massey allegedly has the votes to block it. Massey's also a piece of shit, okay? They're all pieces of shit. It doesn't matter. Do you have any idea what would happen to a group of like 5 or 6 Republican reps who blocked the big beautiful bill? They would be found like dead the next morning. Are you kidding me? There's no way. They will buckle. Maybe if it was a block of like 30 or 40, but there's no way Massey has that many. Rep. Eric Burleson, a Freedom Caucus member, says the changes the Senate made to the bill are simply unacceptable. Yeah, they don't like all the deficit expanding stuff added in the Senate. Okay. This is the old live.
Was Bill Clinton, and today Bob Rubin and Larry Summers wrote an op-ed in the New York Times that every American should read. Their budget will take the deficit up to 8% of GDP. It is historically unprecedented in the history of our country during peacetime. We've never had a more reckless deficit exploding bill than what they're posing. The Democrats have a proposal to bring the deficits back down under 4%. Bob Rubin and Larry Summers were the...
Is this real? From Rep. Jeffries on Instagram? Is this fucking real? Okay, to people who make fun of me for the fashion thing, you could save yourself a lot of hassle if you understood how to style. Why is the camera looking down at him like he's a little kid? Why does he look like a little, like, 1930s Brooklynite, you know, like, I got a swing, I got the best swing on the block, you know, like, what is this? Why am I looking down on you? Why does everyone wear dress sneakers now? Why? You can afford leather shoes. Why do they do this? What? Leather shoes are more comfortable once you break them in. It doesn't take that long. You can afford custom-made shoes. There are still fucking shoemakers working in, like, New York and DC. You could... Why? The level 1 null in the tutorial WoW zone. Let me at him. He's gonna steal fucking Trump's lunch money. Okay.
The last ones who've done it, Hakeem Jeffries is leading with a sensible proposal to lower deficits. If you care about debt in this country, if you care about our grandkids being burdened with debt, if you care about a bond market devastation, then you need to recognize that this bill hurts America and you need to support the Democratic plan for deficit reduction. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gentlelady of North Carolina with 4 3/4 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I don't care. A lot's going on right now, man.
To achieve a lot of things that nobody thought we could achieve. Significant restraint on Medicaid, work requirements, getting in serious changes to the Green New Scam subsidies. I go down a laundry list of things that we did achieve and that I'm proud of achieving. I just still think the math is off. I think it violates the framework. I think that the deficits are too high. I'm sympathetic to the idea of economic growth, being able to adjust some of that. It's a little bit of modeling, stick your finger in the air, but we accounted for growth. I think we need more spending restraint, and I think we need to fix what they did in the Senate that undermines, I think, the improvements we got.
Is Chip Roy part of the Freedom Caucus? He is, right?
Scam subsidies. So that's where we are.
Are you no right now?
Yeah, I mean, I voted no on the rule last night. Not much has changed since 1 a.m.
Congressman, have you heard from the president yet? Do you have plans?
I don't talk about private conversations about that. No, if you're right, I just don't.
So, I mean, the Senate would say, you know, you guys can't change this. I mean, how persuasive is the argument?
Only in Washington is the Senate so arrogant, the House of Lords, that they say, oh, well, you know, you can't change this. Like, every legislative body in the world does ping pong, conferences, and other ways to go about it. We sent them a product. We liked it. In some respects, could be better in others. The Senate has now made some changes. Some are good, some are bad.
What happens if they push it past Trump's July 4th deadline? I don't really think it makes a difference, right? It's just more bullshit, you know, media engagement. Trump gets mad, but everything still happens anyway. I don't think it means anything.
Got to look at the total product and decide what it's about. It's not take it or leave it. I don't do take it or leave it legislating. How about we send it back to him and we say take it or leave it, right? So the Senate doesn't get to be the final say on everything. Got to work this out. The legislative process used to work that way. It used to ping pong 3, 4, 5, 6 times, go to conference. You know, the Civil Rights Act was on the floor for 3 months, I think, in the Senate in the 60s. So let's just work through the process, right?
Are there a president? I mean, what if the president says,
we're having conversations with the president, you know.
1 minute to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Fine.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I sat here and listened to that panoply of speeches or motions over the last few seconds, I was reminded of the fact that when we say there should be no cuts to Medicaid, we are saying there should be no cuts to illegal immigrants that are getting Medicaid. Now, we live in a world where we spend more money than we bring in. And it is not fair to actual Americans to be forced to take on additional debt to give benefits to people who are not in this country legally. And I would note that the Democrats have not proposed a solution that would allow us to continue to give benefits to people who shouldn't be here anyway and pay for them without our children going into future debt. We must keep that in mind. We are here to fight for Americans, and that is what this bill does. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You know, I sometimes when I look at congressional proceedings, it makes me think that like the country is completely unsavable, but for boring procedural reasons that have nothing to do with fascism. Like, there are problems with the Constitution, there are problems with the legislature, like the existence of the Senate at all. There are problems with the way we introduce bills, the way like amendments get added to bills. There are so many procedural problems that make our government like incredibly ineffective. It's the reason Congress never does anything, you know? Same here in the UK. Yeah, same in the UK. Yeah, for sure. The UK also has this issue, and it makes sense because we both have very old legal systems that haven't changed. You know, our systems haven't changed that much, right? Like, if you think about, like, other countries have had a more recent reset, right? France and Germany and Italy after World War II. Like, if you think of, like, comparable developed democracies, I think in a lot of cases, they've had an opportunity to, like, really reset the way they do things. Whether or not they fully took advantage of that is another issue. But over here in America, we've been like fucking untouched for 250 years, basically. Yeah, we should update our Constitution. 100 Democrats line up to amend a big, beautiful bill. That's great. That's great.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your work on this. I raise today in support of the rule and in strong support of H.R.
I like his accompaniment here. I like what he brought to the presentation.
President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill Act. Today, Mr. Speaker, we face a watershed moment for the American people. This Republican majority was given a clear mandate by the American people, the America First agenda. This bill is our opportunity to deliver on that agenda. H.R. 1 stops the largest tax increase in U.S. history while providing the largest tax cut for working and middle-class families ever. With no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and tax breaks for seniors. H.R. 1 protects the 87,000 Missouri farms and countless family-owned small businesses from double taxation by expanding the death tax exemption. The One Big Beautiful Bill reverses 4 long years of Biden's open border policies with a generational investment in border security, including funding to complete Phase 2 of the border wall. The One Big Beautiful Bill modernizes our armed forces for 21st century threats by properly preparing our military and funding the Golden Dome. H.R. 1 ends the progressive left's war on America energy by unleashing domestic oil, natural gas, and nuclear energy production, lowering energy costs, ensuring reliable and stable energy sources, and renewing not just energy independence, but making us energy dominant once again.
Actually, energy prices are going to go up like the whole country around. Even though the worst provision against solar got killed in the Senate, yeah, energy prices are set to rise in every state, I think.
Finally, H.R. 1 restores fiscal sanity by cutting almost $2 trillion in federal spending, rescinding billions in green news scam funding, and eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse from numerous federal programs. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a time for choosing. We can choose to side with the illegal aliens, unelected rogue bureaucrats, and fear-mongering from the America left. Or we can choose to side with the American people and deliver on...
Are home solar panels popular in America? I see them everyone in BC. No. If you want a home solar panel in America, you have to go to one of like 3 companies and you have to pay them $50,000. And they come up and they come over with like a GOP staffer who shoots you in the kneecap for even asking for one. We have like the highest solar, and in terms of home installments, we have one of the highest solar energy costs in the developed world because our government fucking despises solar energy.
On the mandate that they gave us back in November.
Jesus, I thought California would be good for that. No. They used to be better, and then, if I remember correctly, Newsom passed a series of energy regulations that got rid of incentives and made it a lot harder. I think also you don't get paid back for money you put into the grid. I think you get charged for it, and I think also, like, There's like a million there's like a million like little things, basically. I don't remember all of it. I don't know. I don't live in California.
I urge my colleagues to put America first, support the rule, and pass the one big, beautiful bill.
Why? Because they hate you.
Yield back.
Tillman yields back.
Because they hate you. What do you mean? What do you mean why? Because they hate you. Because they want to kill you. The fuck you mean why? What do you? It's the same reason they want everything, because they hate you and they're evil. Jesus wings. Wouldn't just building nuclear plants be easier than solar panels? No, building nuclear plants is in fact more complicated than building and installing solar panels. I think there's a little bit more engineering that has to go into the nuclear plant. I could be wrong on that.
I don't care how you fix it. All these procedural wonks, they'll break it down 1,000 times on how to do it. If it's vote against the rule and then send it back to rules and fix it, and then send it back to the Senate, or if it's vote the bill down and then start over again. I prefer not to do that, because it could be a lot worse.
Any reason to do this besides the president's July 4th?
Yeah, I don't care if it's July 40th. Honestly, those arbitrary dates, all that does is push us up against what we're doing right now, and that's panicking. And then everybody's, I got to get home to my vacation, and I understand that.
No, I know. You're just like a member of Congress. It's not that big of a deal. That's fine. He's meeting with Fetterman.
And that's a good strategy. It works on a lot of people, but there's enough of us just have heard that too many times from the other side and our side. So
at this point, enough is enough.
Yeah, I think so. I think you've reached critical mass, as the case may be. We'll see what happens at the White House, though. What we get, what the president tells us, and what we hear on that.
Any insight into how many people are going to this?
I have no earthly idea. I just know it's Ralph and I. It's all the ones I know, and I'm not sure about him.
I don't know, man.
Recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairwoman Virginia Foxx of North Carolina. And indeed, Republicans were elected last November.
Is it too late to call reps? It literally doesn't matter. Every Democrat is voting no, and every Republican is voting yes, with the exception of a small handful who will break with time. There's nothing that you can do to stop this.
But with promises made, promises kept. And despite the extraordinarily ignorant lies on the other side, the American people know that the bill that we'll be voting on today reduces taxes, creating jobs. It's the elimination of taxes on tips and overtime. It provides for securing the border. It provides for energy independence. It provides for the ability of having peace through strength.
The strategy they're running with, by the way, is, like, I know this isn't surprising, but just lying about the bill. They're openly saying that it strengthens Medicaid, and that it protects things that it doesn't protect. They also, like, they were lying about the tax on tips thing. A lot of the bill doesn't take effect until after the midterms, so what they're banking on is that they can survive the midterms. They're not going to make any serious gains, but they want to keep the House and the Senate, and then after the midterms, everyone loses healthcare and dies. Because at that point, it won't matter. They're basically banking on, like, the first 2 years of Trump's presidency are the window they need to really break everything. But if they can survive the midterms and keep their legislative majority, it won't matter anymore. Nothing will matter anymore. Will they keep the House and the Senate? Oh, I don't know. Let me reach into the fucking... Let me just tear a hole in time. What are you fucking talking about?
All of this is in the bill. And then compassion. It's not compassion if you support
I'm asking for your prediction, man. Then say, do you think they will? Okay? Do you think they will? Words have meaning. Words have meaning. All right? I'm a linguistic prescriptivist when it suits me. Do I think they will? Honestly, I don't know. Conventional logic is that the Republicans will get slaughtered. Trump's approval rating is down on basically every issue. And Republicans in the legislature are not doing any better, generally. Also, the last time we had midterms, Democrats overperformed. It seems like people mostly dislike the Democratic presidency or Democrats nationally, not so much what they perceive as like local elections. Also, Republicans have given people a lot to be mad about. So, on the other hand, nothing good can happen. Like, cosmically. And in addition to that, the Democrats have really not bent the knee in the way they need to. My hope is that Mamdani winning the mayorship, the general, he might be able to use that pressure to try to push the Democrats into a more effective, rhetorically effective position. I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
That are ultimately going to fail. But Republicans want people who need assistance to receive the assistance. We already know Margaret Thatcher has identified what they're proposing, and that is socialism will work until you run out spending other people's money. They are putting the poor people of America at risk.
Anyone else think this guy sounds like an ableist caricature? Like he sounds like that crippled kid from South Park a little bit. You know what I mean?
Ones of compassion. Additionally, with the promises made, promises kept by Donald Trump, I've lived it. I led the delegation to move the delegation, the embassy, from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. He did that. People said you shouldn't do it, the State Department, because it leads to dislocation. No. It led to the embassy being in Jerusalem, and it led to the Abraham Accords. We know last week the president was advised, do not bomb Iran. It will lead to World War III. No, it has led to a ceasefire and the ability of having an Abraham Accords extended to other countries, including Syria. And I'm really grateful that Lindsey Graham was such an advisor. The president acted despite the naysayers that we have all around us. I just appreciate.
Everyone's just looking for everyone. All of the reps are basically just trying to shore themselves up in the midterms. Man, I know there's no chance of it happening. I really, really wish somebody would primary Hakeem Jeffries. I wish AOC would stop being a fucking pussy. I want AOC to run on a, like, year-long campaign of somebody, anybody, please rid us of this buffoon. Please primary this stupid piece of shit. And Schumer? I don't think Schumer's up in 2026. $49 minutes. Fuck that. It's all the Democrats trying to add amendments so they can delay the bill.
From Massachusetts.
I yield to the gentlewoman from New Jersey, Ms. Watson-Coleman, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Dude, every fucking time a Democrat steps up, especially when it's a woman, they're 80 years old. It's crazy. You were invited to D.C. the other year. Could you find a way to get in contact with her? What kind of clout do you think I have? She's a congresswoman. What do you think? I'm a YouTuber, man. When I went to DC, you know what I did walking around? I was like, I was a fucking tourist. I'm doing the tourist thing where you turn your pockets out and beg someone to pickpocket you. I'm not, I don't have any connections in DC. Well, they're actually, I have gotten the wind. I have heard on the wind that some people who like my content have worked in like a congressional staff, White House, but you would expect that, you know, because there are a lot of young progressive people who work in these staffer positions. They would be like more online, but those aren't like real connections, right? That's more like, that just makes me feel like a little cool. But not, yeah, that's not the same as like legitimacy. You know, Mamdani watches you. I don't think he watches me. I think there's a non-zero chance Mamdani knows who I am, because he's an online 30-something socialist. I think that's likely. I mean, he knows us on, so it's not, you know, entirely unlikely. I bet you he's anti-Vosh. He seems like he'd be kind enough to not say it to my face. You probably banned him from chat. I do know AOC knows about you. She posted on her Insta story once about her fans' favorite streamers. Yeah, I remember that. That was pretty cool. Yeah. I enjoyed that. I do like, you know, I think, okay, this is just me whining, okay? I'm sorry about that. I might be the largest online political figure who has no contacts. As a consequence of A, my reputation, and B, my antisociality, I have, like, no industry contacts. I don't got anyone on the Rolodex, you know? Well, no one who likes me. You literally talk to Rokanis in Congress? That's not a contact. That's just I talk to a guy. That's not, you don't understand. You don't listen, okay? Listen to the lobies in chat. I understand that from the festering shit pit you occupy, you know, the grounds I walk must seem high up indeed. But I'm afraid I am still quite low on the climb, all right? Vosh needs to pull a Hassan and get yoked. That's so fucking true. I need to do I need to do the grip training while I stream, and then I need to do the fucking, dude, I could work out in this and like break in the linen, like get it shaped around my new bulging shoulder muscles. Hell yeah. But his back, actually my back and chest have been pretty good lately. I have been super diligent about doing my exercises and applying the anti-inflammatory cream to my chest to keep it from getting mad at me. Just never stand up so you can skip leg day. Dude, I got good legs. I was squatting 305 for reps when I was 15 years old. Of course, I peaked at 16. You know, I think my max was like 365 or something. But the bones are there. I do have the same bones. My max was 495. Okay, okay. What'd you bench? I have never had a good bench. The most I've ever benched is 215. I don't think that was a 1 rep max. I never benched that much, which is weird because I've got like a big broad chest, but I just never got like the leverage, you know? My grip is insane. You're grippy? That's cool. Longer arms make it harder. Yeah, that's true. If you're Joe Rogan shaped, you can get away with more. 215 is great. What do you mean? 215 is low compared to a 405 deadlift and a 365 squat. Does consuming all this bad news all the time ever negatively affect you? Nah, I'm built different. I still got that grip strength. Hold on. I put batteries back in the grip strength thingy. All right, come on. Come on, a good pull. Good pull, okay? Yeah! 140 pounds. That's pretty good. Why is grip strength important? Handshakes? Well, your grip strength is important for like everything. Like literally everything you do. the grip strength is important. It assists in like every possible hand-based exercise you could do. I don't think you should put 140 pounds of pressure in a handshake. I mean, you can. It really depends. That being said, like, obviously, if you're trying to, like, handshake mog people, that is weak handshake energy. The strongest handshaker is the one who shakes hands only with the force needed, not the maximum force. You can't blow your load on the fucking opening, you know? You're like, oh, here's all my handshake strength, you know? Like, that shit's lame, you know? You can't do that. You have to open strong, but you have reserves of power that you could call upon at any moment, you know? The fuck are we talking about? Have you ever shaken a Muslim's hand? All right, that's a fucking wild opener. I don't know why, but in Muslim culture, people basically just hold hands for a second, don't squeeze at all. I don't really think Muslim culture is the thing. I think there's like a lot of Muslims. There aren't that many Muslims in Los Angeles, at least not where I grew up, because it was all fucking Persian Jews who were probably like kind of Islamophobic. So I can't really say. I mean, I'm sure I've shaken the hands of Muslim people. I didn't really notice a tendency there. What the fuck are we doing? When you shake a woman's hand, do you turn your palm up or do it normally? Like palm up, like I'm gonna fucking kiss their hand? No, not typically. I'm not in the habit of meeting like duchesses. If I ever met like a real fancy lady, maybe it would have to be like an extremely fancy lady. And I don't typically hang out with like extremely fancy people, okay? So that would be unusual. What's fancy to you? I don't know. She'd have to be dressed up like a flapper girl, you know? I like traditional tailoring. If I saw a chick who was dressed up like that, I'd think it was cool. Of course, the flappers weren't really fancy for their day. Like, we'd consider them fancy now, but to their day, that was like party girl shit, but whatever. Lolita fashion? What the fuck are you talking about? Trad wife? Dude, no, there are no trad wives that dress like flapper girls. For one, you have no idea what you're talking about, and you're embarrassing me. For two, trad wives, trad people, whatever, today, dress like shit, okay? This is where you get guys wearing, like, slim fit chinos that cut off 2 inches above the ankle, and a suit jacket that buttons like 2-3 inches above the belt line, so you have the triangle fat. No, okay? And the women, no. Have you seen what these fucking congresswomen, these Republican congresswomen look like? Absolutely not. The only people who dress up in real traditional tailoring are gay lesbians on TikTok. That's it. It's a butch and a femme, and they're both like autistic about retro vintage clothing, and they both go vintage shopping all the time. They know far more about fashion than me, and they both do like 50s dancing together. You know, that's where you find it. As opposed to straight lesbians, The more you know about queer culture, the more you know that straight gay people, gay straight people, straight people, and gay people exist, okay? And I don't want to talk to you about it, because frankly, you're not ready for that conversation. But yes, gay lesbian people are a thing, and so are straight lesbian people. And honestly, you're microaggressing at me. Joe Cat is a male lesbian. That is true. Okay, what the fuck am I looking at? So basically, it's complicated. None of our business. If you know, you know. It's my business because I know. Vosh is correct. I watch a YouTuber called Jessica Kelgren Fazard, and she is an absolute high femme icon. Is this the one who does those, like, vintage... Ah, I recognize this lady. Yeah. I recognize this lady. Hold on. Can I find that one thing by Dye Workwear? Because I was thinking of a specific little clip that Dye Workwear commented on or posted on. There is absolutely no chance that I find this. Brad Lander is a male lesbian. Good for him. Good for him. Yeah, there's literally no chance of me finding this. That's fine. That's fine. And I'm not mad about it, is the most important thing. I don't want to talk about it, and I'm not mad about it. Excuse me. Have you seen these two dudes? The fucking music. Historical fashion? That's nice. Hey, those are some good fits. Man, it's crazy how much everything looked better back then. Not really, not this. I'm talking like the golden era for me is like 50s and onward, okay? For one, obvious peak, boot cut, nice. Everyone, we love this shit. It's the high-rise trousers, dog. It's the high-rise trousers, okay? I'm telling you. It really does just come down to proportions. It's golden ratio shit, you know? There's a reason why people are obsessed with vintage clothing today and they weren't in the 1970s, and that's because in the 1970s they were making good clothing, and today they're not. So you want to go back and emulate styles from the past because that's when things looked good. Like tailoring. Like the apex of tailoring was born in an era of American opulence, the likes of which is you know, it's all like post FDR shit, right? America had the wealth, we had the prestige, we had the local manufacturing talent, we had the ingenuity, we had the drive to make real fucking tailoring from like the 1940s, like post Great Depression up to like the 1960s, maybe early 70s, you know? Nowadays, not so much. People don't appreciate how much work it takes to make a real piece of clothing. Like tailoring, you know? I don't know, Laser Render Man. I feel like I'm talking enough about clothes right now. I feel like I gotta dial it back a little bit. There are people right now watching from YouTube, and they're thinking, do I want to give this guy money? And the answer is they do. They love it when they donate to me. They love that shit. But I need to convince them. I need to make the argument. Vosh, shut the fuck up about fashion. What are we going to do about the big, beautiful bill? You know what? You know what's the red pill you need to take? You can't do shit about the big, beautiful bill. You can do something about the fact that you look like shit when you go out, okay? You know how the right came to dominate online media. You know why there are so many young people who are basically neo-Nazis and they don't even understand it? They don't even know why they're neo-Nazis? Because the right has been incredibly effective in reaching out to people on day-to-day issues that affect them personally. Mostly sexual insecurity stuff, but it goes into everything. Anime, gaming, clothing takes. Everything has been infiltrated. There's an aesthetic conservatism that is run a current through like all discourse, you know, and you have to deal with it in every level of society. Nothing is free from it. But you can do a lot more, I think. You can do a lot more for society from a leftist perspective by treating every issue as a vehicle for the improvement and understanding of the world. For example, an understanding of the decline of American tailoring is directly connected to the death of American manufacturing, the death of the American small town, the death of American labor aristocracy, of expertise, of talent. Like, there are economic trends you can identify under here. But if you just look at it, you go, oh, fashion, boring. Well, it's okay. Everyone has their interests, but it all ties together. Nothing is separate. It all pulls together a central thesis, a lens of analysis. It's all a component of the dialectic. Now, there are plenty of things I don't have an interest in. For example, and this, I get a lot of shit for this, music. It's not that I dislike music. It's just that I don't derive the same enjoyment from it that a lot of people do. I don't think there's anything wrong with music. It's just not, you know, whatever. Like, some people are more movie guys, you know. Some people are family guys. Well, it's not a moral judgment. It's just what people are into. But if somebody was like, yeah, you know, there's like a political thesis that you can derive from the beef between Drake and Kendrick and the way it relates to like broader culture and the commodification of black culture and of media and so on. Like, I would never look at that and go, no, that's lame because music is lame. You have to understand everything is a vehicle for a position that disagrees with you. So you better be on the right side of it. Or at the very least, don't disregard it. There are people who don't get involved in politics directly. They're not watching C-SPAN, but they do get involved in like online makeup or clothing or whatever, you know? And if they get into online content consumption through those venues, I don't want them to exclusively consume the content of dipshit rightists who are telling you, oh, well, the only way for you to look good is to get jacked. Fashion doesn't matter because fashion's gay and for women. And basically, like, women are whores anyway, so just focus on being tall, having abs, and having a big cock. Because a lot of young men unironically believe that shit, you know? What if they only, like, for basically, like, 10 years at minimum, maybe 15 years now, the main way young men get dating advice is from open misogynists online. Not even, like, coded misogyny, like that old boys will be boys kind of, you know, men and women are different, but, like, open woman hating, you know, just really, really, really hateful shit. You gotta have the ability to engage with all of these as like an element of the greater discourse. And I think, by the way, if the left could nail this, I think the right's fucking done, because people connect with politics as it relates to their personal interests. Not everyone's watching C-SPAN. In fact, nobody is, because it's fucking boring, okay? But people are connecting to their personal interests, gaming, movies, anime, TV, whatever the fuck they care about, you know? And you got to make sure they're getting a good perspective. They're getting an opportunity to see the world as it actually is and not as a cheap vehicle for conservative politics. That's all. Part of the reason I talk about this stuff is because if you look up fashion tips for men, and this is true, by the way, I don't know if you've looked, but up until about 2 or 3 years ago, fashion advice for men on YouTube was literally just like a jacked guy being like, listen, bros, this is all you need. Yeah, here, 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 here. Yeah. Capsule wardrobe. Nothing else even matters. Just look good. And it's all like red pill like pickup artist shit, basically. Or like the Steve Harvey bit. And Steve Harvey doesn't exactly have great political opinions himself. It's only been the past few years that a bunch of new creators have broken into that space and have made it not absolute dog water. You get what I'm talking about? I'm not even talking about the quality of the fashion advice. I'm talking about the political intent behind it. Because the perspective a lot of these people were getting at men's fashion from was not a love and beauty for the art form. It was, how do we use this as a vehicle for monetizing the insecurity of young men? You get me? What do women, top 10 fits women can't ignore. What women love to see in guys. Top 10 features that women can't get over in guys. Big forearms. So wear tight-fitting shirts. Like, the fashion, it wasn't about fashion. It was about pickup artistry. And now, over the past few years, I think that's improved massively. Now, the content, the space is a lot better in this respect. But I'm just saying, like, this applies broadly, okay? That's all. Because fascists don't understand art. Well, it's not just about fascists or understanding art. It's just about, like, the ability to engage with hobbies fairly. And I do maintain, by the way, that a lot of people who get really fucking, like, weird about the fashion stuff are being misogynistic because they do think of fashion as a uniquely trivial thing. You know what I mean? For instance, if they came over and I was talking about illustration, they would be like, oh, that's cute. That's like an artistic interest. Like I'm drawing or I'm talking about, well, here's like something about the design I really like. I think that you wouldn't get as much indignancy in people. Because they think, yeah, they think fashion's gay and for women, which to be fair it is, but we should all pretend we should all pretend otherwise. We should all be good sports about it, you know? Drawing's a lot cheaper of a hobby though. I think fashion's genuinely too expensive for people too. No, don't do this. Don't do this. For one, everyone wears clothes anyway, and for two, you can thrift, but also it's not about the entry point, you know? It's just about like using it as a vehicle for conversation. That's all. I'm not talking about, yeah, designer shopping. I buy expensive stuff, but I'm very, very lucky to be able to. And I've been trying to scope back on that a lot lately, you know? I've been trying to appreciate a fit and silhouette a lot more than like luxury materials. I got too many double RL fucking t-shirts, okay? No, I have not seen K-pop Demon Hunters. I've only seen that fucking gif on Twitter. When she's sniffing the hog. It's pretty good. I didn't say I didn't like it. I just said I haven't watched it. You all get what I'm saying about the indignancy, though, right? Because if it was like illustration, I think people would see the bit and they would go, I'm not so interested in this, I'll leave. But with the fashion bit, people, and I see YouTube chat, I do have it up pretty often, they see YouTube chat and it's people being like, oh my God. It's like fucking, dog, if you want like pure political commentary, turn on NPR radio, okay? What the fuck are you doing in a live stream chat on YouTube? Just put the segments in the back. Everything is a segment for the pure of heart, okay? For the pure of heart, everything is a segment. YouTube chat, stop being cringe. You guys did it too for a long while. You guys did it too for a long while. You're just complaining about how bad your job is. It is the hardest job in the world. That is true. That is true. Life is what happens when you're waiting for a segment. That's fucking true. That's actually facts, though. 100%, yeah. Absolutely. Anyway, I'll say this, okay? Something that made me real happy lately. Last thing I'll say, then I'll move on. We'll talk about whatever else. Like I said, for the longest time, the YouTube fashion game was pretty much entirely dominated by like 30s or 40s something, red pill, men's pickup artist types who talk about fashion from men as like a vehicle for seducing women. You know, it's not about looking good. It's not about aesthetics or culture or tradition or art. It's about like picking up women, and that's the only point of looking good. Because why would you bother as a man to look good? You think I dress good when I go outside to pick up women? Fuck women. I do it so I can look at myself in the reflection of storefront windows when I walk by. Okay. Guys will be incredulous about women wearing makeup not to attract men, but you instantly get it the moment you do the same. Because you're the, oh, why are you wearing makeup if not to attract a guy? What the fuck else is the point of wearing makeup? To serve. And then if you dress well, you go out to serve. I already have a fucking partner, okay? I don't need to go out to serve. Once you have a partner, if you're only doing it to attract other people, the implication is you're either there to bait a partner or to keep the one you have from leaving you, okay? That shit's fucking sad. You don't just want to serve? You don't just enjoy serving? Anyway, Pride Month just ended, and a bunch of the fashion influencers who I follow, by the way, purely for the fashion stuff, not for any other reason. They just dress really good, and I'm envious of them. But all of them were some kind of progressive, you know, every single one. And that shit's nice. That makes me real happy, because that was not possible 3 years ago. 3 years ago, absolutely not. You know, it's all signified. It's, you know, and I see a lot of it too with the stuff I like, especially because I really like Western wear. And what's big in Western wear, right? Native American designs, you know, because the cowboys, to the extent that they existed in the American Southwest, you know, you have like Navajo or whatever, like there was a, you know, the designs in their robes and blankets, and you have like turquoise jewelries, like I'm wearing some right now that's very Native American coded. And you can tell, right? Like the way somebody talks about Native American contributions to fashion, which are dope, by the way, you can instantly tell, is this person a racist or not? And you know what? None of the fucks I follow were. They were all super, super cool. Just makes me happy, that's all. It's not about the clothes. It's about the communication. It's about the message. Tassels? I'm not a big tassel boy myself. I don't know if I can pull that off. The double RL Navajo collection, I still really wish that I could get it though. A lot of these items are prohibitively expensive because they're like super limited range. But they look so fucking cool. Done in collab with I believe a Navajo artist. Could be off on that. I've shown these on stream before, but like Jesus H Christ, huh? Okay, now for my favorite fit. One on the left. Jesus Christ. Whew. Oh boy. That looks good. So how are you going to talk about cowboy fits without, you know, Native American contributions? Naomi Glasses, by the way, is the artist. Can be yours too for only 50 trillion bucks. It's double RL. It's not cheap. There are cheaper Native American brands. GNU, I think. What event would you wear this to? Event? I'd go outside. Look, are you fucking kidding me? If I had that jacket and those patch pants, I would go. I'd go to the grocery store. People would look at you like slack-jawed. You kidding me? You don't, when you dress this well, you don't dress up for events. You just dress up. All right, I'm sorry. I got carried away with this, but it's genuine passion. And frankly, if you find that off-putting, I think that's a that you're revealing something negative about yourself, you know? You should, as a leftist, you should aspire to love life and lively things. So expensive, what the heck? It's double RL. Double RL is very expensive. I don't think all of the pricing of double RL is justifiable, but it is very high quality. Looks really great, but would it not be out of place though? No, you just have, no. You have to get over that. When you're serving, you have to go out and serve. You can't, if your thought is like, well, if I serve too hard, then people will judge me, then you can't serve. Your heart is still locked. You've put yourself in a cage. Yeah, you're out of place. You look too fucking good. What is serving? Cunt. It'll help you with your confidence. It will. You're more purposeful. I love your shirt. It's so breezy. It's the first time I'm wearing it. It's a P43 fatigue shirt. I'm wearing the matching shorts, but that's not necessarily deliberate. It's an overshirt, and it's linen. Ain't it pretty? You can wear it like this without the folded lapel, but I ironed it so it has a lapel. Girl, the heat wave? Girl, it's linen. What's your chest measurement? 44? It might be 43 now because I've lost weight. What site? Oh, that's Buck Mason. All right, am I finally ready to I got some linen shorts after you talked about it and I love them so much. Yeah, they're super cozy. Like, look, they fucking, I love the way they wrinkle too, you know? They got like all these natural wrinkles. Fuck, he was so close. Yeah, no, I know. We've done enough. We've done enough. It's fine. No. You know what? Hey, I'm going to give some credit, okay? Shout outs. People in YouTube chat, more you held than usual. More you held than usual. Low 375 for one outfit. But this was a 180 or something. It's not overshirt. That's not too bad. Oh, the overshirt plus the shorts? But it's not one outfit. I've worn these shorts with a lot of things. And I wear this with a lot too. They're very versatile. You shouldn't buy outfits. You should buy a wardrobe. And now I have a solid linen like overshirt. That's nice. It's good for the summer. Okay. You've all been very good. You've all been very good. That was a long one. That was a long one. I know that wasn't easy for you. You've been very good.
Why was Ruben just pissing on my new Lucy and Yak pants?
Really?
Yes.
Ruben.
He's pissing on them.
Right now, actively?
No, I took them away, but he peed on them. I fucking hate cats, dude.
Why? Ruben peed on pants. Cat urine? How do you... Washing cat urine out of... Sorry, chat, this one's not on me. I don't know. Don't get that near me.
The pants are like kind of waterproof. So.
Well, that's good. Cold water solution, equal parts white vinegar and water, enzyme cleaner. I don't have a fucking enzyme cleaner. Yeah, hold on 1 second. All right, I acknowledge that that interruption was also clothes related, but I'd like to, I'd like to point out that I didn't do it, Ruben did. It still counts? Fuck. Get an enzyme cleaner. I'm out. Could use an enzyme cleaner, though. Yeah. Vinegar and water, then a wash. Then vinegar, then water, then a wash. Okay. Moving on. Please, God. We have to move on. 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 Hey, Ben. Mom Danny?
Thank you and solidarity forever. We're with you.
New rare Mamdani speech just dropped, I hear. I'm really interested in seeing how the rhetoric develops from my friend over here, my big guy over here. Because at some point, like, when is the rhetoric going to shift? It's not just Cuomo, right? Now it's like Cuomo, Adams, Silva, and also the Democrats in New York who won't fucking endorse him.
So we have one more speaker before we get to the main attraction. Brendan Griffin, acting president of the New York State.
Nice try. But the mandate must be respected.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all so much. It is such a pleasure to be here today. And I have to thank Rich for hosting us. I have to ask, is HTC in the house? It is an honor to be standing alongside Manny. Is 32BJ in the house? And to be here alongside Nancy is Neisner in the house. And alongside Brendan, representing a labor federation of 1 million workers. It is such an honor. And I truly thank you. I would say, are you in the house? And here you are. To stand here alongside these unions, it's especially meaningful for me. Because this entire campaign has been about ensuring that this city, the most expensive city in the United States of America, finally become affordable for the working New Yorkers who make it so special. And to take on inequality, we know the most effective tool is union density. And so to stand here alongside some of the most incredible unions...
I so desperately need unions to become political organizations again. It is so annoying. It is so wild and so annoying that the largest unions in the United States, by virtue of unions largely being like, you know, blue-collar workers, they're doing trades, oftentimes they're Republicans. These unions are not like partisan socialist organizations, when they really, really, really should be.
I have ever had the privilege of knowing and working with. It is an honor. For me as a person, it is an honor for this campaign, and it is an honor for this movement to finally make the city affordable. And we stand here today with these endorsements, reflecting on the results of yesterday. Results where we saw that more than 545,000 New Yorkers gave us a mandate to make this city affordable. And I say the word mandate because this was the most votes any movement has received in 36 years in mayoral elections. A mandate because we won this election by 12 points after just 3 rounds. And a mandate because New Yorkers deserve nothing less than a city where they do more than just struggle. A city where they can return to the dreams that brought them here in the first place. And we see this moment where, as Brendan was saying, the choice we have in front of us, we see a very different choice being taken in Washington, D.C. As we look at legislation that just passed the Senate, legislation that is a betrayal of working class Americans from coast to coast, legislation that seeks to steal from the hungry, to cut health care from the workers, all to aid those who already have more money than they know what to do with. And legislation that is being done by the direction of a president who claims to fight for working people. And we know that in this moment, it is up to us in this city to show that we can not only fight back against authoritarianism, but we can also fight for working people. And we do those things together because we understand that democracy is under attack from both. It is under attack from Washington, D.C., and it's under attack from within, as more and more working people have greater and greater doubts as to whether their needs can actually be met by this politics. And we stand here today to say, yes, we can do both of those things. We can do them in the same way that Fiorello LaGuardia fought for immigrants and fought for dignity at the same time. And we can do them even in contrast to that which we have seen pass for leadership here in this city. Because as I stand here alongside our ever-expanding coalition, I am confident of not only winning a city hall that puts working people first.
Have you seen the Mamdani accent switching vids? I'm going to be real with you. Anyone who lives in New York and who doesn't reflexively have a few different dialects or tones they use in different situations, I don't trust you. You must not have like a very multicultural friend group. It's new, dude, literally all people do this unless they grow up in a monocultural environment. Like, it's super, yeah, I mean, well, you do it too, right? Like, you talk differently with your parents than you do when you're talking with ya boys on the street. People are racist, so when a brown person does it, they're like, this is mischievous oriental code switching, you know? This is fake accent maneuvering. He's deceiving people, you know? It's nothing, you know?
But finally bringing an end to the chapter in our city, led by our current mayor, to raise rents on those same New Yorkers, to price those same New Yorkers out of this city, and to do all of those things while collaborating with a Trump administration that is seeking to attack the very fabric of this city. And I say that also as someone who came to this city and this country at the age of 7, who grew up in this city, who fell in love with this city, who got married in this city, who got my citizenship in this city. And those same blocks I used to love, the ones between Federal Plaza and the clerk's office, those are the same blocks now today where so many New Yorkers say goodbye to their loved ones and they don't know for how long. We are going to fight for every single one of those New Yorkers, and we are going to do so because they deserve that from their city government. And in this moment, New Yorkers deserve a leader that will continue to look forward, will continue to expand this coalition, will never be satisfied with the idea of winning an election, but rather leading a city. Though we may have won on Tuesday, though we will continue to fight to win in November, we will look to represent every single New Yorker, whether they voted for me, whether they voted for someone else, or whether they didn't vote at all because of their lack of faith in this political system. I will be your leader, and I will lead you to a city.
It seems to me like code switching is yet another case of academic language sounding weird in the wild. Yeah, it does sound a little bit nefarious. It's just, the problem is that, like, literally everybody does it. I wish there wasn't even a term for it. I wish it was just, yeah, no shit, you talk differently sometimes. Everyone does. It came for free with your fucking cerebral cortex. I don't know. It's really dumb.
That you can afford, a city that you will be safe in, and a city that will finally show what politics can look like, and that it can be more than just a mirror of what we see in D.C., and it can instead build on the incredible accomplishments and achievements of organized labor for so many years in this city, and there's no greater partner in doing so than these incredible unions today. Thank you so much.
We have time for two on-topic questions.
Oh yeah, hit it.
We have time for 2 on-topic questions. Josie?
Will you marry me?
You know, I appreciated when Andrew Cuomo called me last Tuesday evening and conceded this race. And he told me what he then shared with others, which was the campaign we had built had connected with people across this city. And I told him what I've said since, which is that I'm looking to unite this city, to unite this party, to look forward. I leave the decisions of who will or will not run up to them. But what I have appreciated is the fact that this coalition continues to expand each and every day. And it continues to reach out across the 5 boroughs to New Yorkers to make clear that this is a vision for every single person.
I do not understand why Cuomo called to concede to Mamdani when Cuomo intended to then run on as an independent in the general. Maybe he didn't at that time, and he thought he was out, and then the Dems whispered in his ear, no, you're going back in for one more job. You're running in the general. Because, like, why else would you? It just gives Mamdani such an easy... He can keep repeating this over and over and over again. You know?
And I'm so excited to be here with just one example of that expansion.
Hi, Assembly Member. 2 questions. Very quickly, the first is about your free bus proposal. Have you made any inroads funding for it? And if you wanted to speak briefly about why buses, you know, I know sometimes are overlooked in these larger transit plans. And my second question is President Trump's Homeland Security Council today just discussed you as a national security threat and suggested the federal government can take action against you. I guess this is what the President said yesterday. Do you plan to take any steps to shield yourself from aggressive oversight? That could happen, and if so, what are they?
Sure.
So I'll start with the buses. You know, a few years ago, my then Chief of Staff, now Campaign Manager, L. Bisgard Church, and I started a listening tour with transit experts, advocates, and the MTA itself. And it was in a meeting with senior officials at the MTA where someone remarked to me that if you really cared about equity, you would focus first on the buses. And it was a suggestion, and I took it to heart, because what it spoke to is the fact that bus riders are disproportionately working class across these 5 boroughs. There are more than 1 million New Yorkers who ride them every day. And these are the slowest buses in the country. When I am late and I'm getting off of the train and I'm walking up the steps, I'm walking faster than that bus. The average speed is 8 miles an hour. In parts of Manhattan, it's lower than 6. And what New Yorkers deserve is a way to get around this city that makes sense. And they deserve a system that is reliable, that is safe, that is efficient. And as an Assembly member who, alongside the Deputy Majority Leader Mike Gianaris in the state Senate, won the first fare-free bus pilot, we saw that in making a bus free, it wasn't just economic relief. It was that ridership then went up by up to 38%. It was public safety, as assaults on bus drivers went down by 38.9%. And it was also a question of the environmental impacts, as 11% of new riders got out of a car or a taxi and got onto the bus. One of the many things that makes me proud to be a New Yorker is public transit. And as I speak to New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs, I hear their desire for world-class public transit. And to make a bus free is to take one significant step towards that. And I'm excited to work with Governor Hochul, who has been laser focused on the question of affordability, and with the MTA in identifying the revenue that will pay for this.
Interesting. Interesting that he would praise Hochul here, because of course Hochul is trying, there's an effort to primary her by the lieutenant governor, who is very explicitly pro-Mamdani. I wonder, I'm really interested to see how that race plays out. I think it's likely that Hochul, as the incumbent, stays where she is. I wonder if she feels compelled to bend the knee a little bit, because it, like, the support from Mamdani could mean not losing the governorship.
And in actually bringing it into effect such that every New Yorker can benefit from what we already saw those 5 routes bring about. Yesterday, Donald Trump said that I should be arrested. He said that I should be deported. He said that I should be denaturalized.
It's actually gotten worse since then. Trump had a meeting of the Homeland Security Advisory Council, a group that I think that's completely made up. But they held a meeting today, and they basically, they talked about Mamdani, and they said, like, yeah, dude, we should totally deport that guy.
And he said those things about me, someone who stands to be the first immigrant mayor of this city in generations, someone who would also be the first Muslim and the first South Asian mayor in this city's history. Less so because of who I am, because of where I come from, because of how I look or how I speak, and more so because he wants to distract from what I fight for. I fight for working people. I fight for the very people that have been priced out of this city, and I fight for the same people that he said he was fighting for. This is the same president who ran on a campaign of cheaper groceries, who ran on a campaign about easing a suffocating cost of living crisis. And ultimately, it is easier for him to fan the flames of division than to acknowledge the ways in which he has betrayed those working class Americans, not just in this city, but across this country, and the ways in which he continues to betray them. Because we know that he would rather speak about me than speak about the legislation that he is shepherding through Washington, D.C. Legislation that will quite literally take health care away from Americans, legislation that will steal food from the hungry, legislation that looks to build upon one of the largest transfers of wealth we've seen in recent history in his first administration and do it once again for the very Americans who already have enough. We should be fighting for those that do not have what they need to live a dignified life. That is what I will do, and I am thankful to have the protection and to have the support of so many New Yorkers who
compare this to how Jeffrey spoke about the BBB, by the way. Yeah, I don't think there are many people in the Democratic leadership positions who are acting in good faith. I think for the most part they're disingenuous or they've been bought. But to liberals who are acting in good faith, can't you see that Mamdani empowers the Democratic Party? Like, the idea that you're weakening the party by embracing people like this, when Mamdani is so clearly better at this role than any Democrat in a position of national leadership, like, you have to understand that this is an improvement. But it only goes one way, right? Mamdani elevates the Democrats by being a member of them, you know, brings out more voters, brings out more energy, does not motivate people to vote Republican at all. Meanwhile, Democratic donors are very, very, very willing to get people to vote Republican or for ineffective Democrats, as long as it means people like Mamdani don't win. You know? Democrats will, in fact, choose to lose elections if it means they lose them alongside socialists.
Stood up and said how unacceptable this is, including our governor, including members of the labor movement. And ultimately, what I fear for is that if this is what Donald Trump and his administration feel comfortable about saying about the Democratic nominee for the mayor of New York City, imagine what they feel comfortable saying and doing about immigrants whose names they don't even know.
He's a convicted felon.
It's both unsurprising and quite sad to see the mayor of this city, the same city where 40% of New Yorkers were born elsewhere, find it beyond himself to defend the very citizenship of someone running for that position. I do not need Eric Adams to agree with me, but to have this be beyond the pale, it showcases the ways in which he has sacrificed the city and all that we stand for in the interests of himself. And this is part and parcel of the way in which he has responded to these very attacks. I had a Republican city council member call for me to be deported. The mayor refused to denounce that as well. And what concerns me is that we know that these are threats.
New York isn't exactly representative of a lot of America. New York is more representative of America than any other place in America because it contains within it all of America. You know, not most of America isn't a top-tier world-class city, but it contains within it all of America.
That invite further threats by others. I have received death threats on myself, on my family, and I'm thankful for the NYPD and the work that they do to keep each and every New Yorker safe. And yet I also know that leaders have a responsibility to bring down the temperature in this city, to unite all of us in this city. And we have a mayor who is doing exactly the opposite. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much. Thank you.
He's so fucking good, man. Yeah, the, hold on. Not us reporting. I'm sorry, it's not, someone linked it. It's not a fake council. It's the first time they've met since Trump's second term began, though, I believe. Held its first meeting on Wednesday. Oh, sorry. Donald Trump's Homeland Security Advisory Council, a group that includes Rudy Giuliani, cop-turned-actor Bo Dietl, and the founder of Bikers for Trump, held its first meeting on Wednesday to discuss the top threats facing the nation. Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. Of course. Obviously. After hearing Giuliani deliver a speech against asylum-seeking immigrants, Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem chimed in. I want to ask you, do you want to run for mayor of New York again? Drawing cheers and applause from around the conference room. Fuck, dude. Are you kidding? They're so stupid. Are you fucking Giuliani would get, like, negative vote if he ran for mayor of New York City again. Bo and I have been talking about putting together some kind of strategy. It's doable if it's one candidate. It's a suicide mission if you're three. I like that acknowledgement. It's a suicide mission if you're three. Three candidates. So that's him, Sliwa, and Adams. I appreciate, again, like, the naked corruption of the administration I appreciate how straightforward they are with it. Cuomo too? Nah, they don't like Cuomo. Cuomo was like a centrist Dem tap-in, but Adams is literally a GOP asset. Oh yeah, right here. The longtime GOP politician called the Republican in the race, Curtis Sliwa, our candidate. He labeled Eric Adams, the current mayor, kind of our candidate. So, yeah, there you go. No implication needed, I suppose. All of this was a prelude to a parlay over Mamdani, the 33-year-old Democratic Socialist who's running on a platform that champions the working class, right? This is not an exaggerated problem, Giuliani told a 22-person council. Somehow we got the combination of an Islamic extremist and a communist. Top minds. It is pretty crazy, though, like, how straightforward it's gotten, how bad it's gotten, that the Homeland Security Advisory Council finally taps in for a meeting, and they're like, all right, let's talk about the mayorship of New York City. Let's immediately talk about partisan political matters. Like, not even pretending to do Homeland Security shit. I don't know. I want to do this because I'm tired of the normalization of anti-American philosophy, for example, in New York. It's amazing you can have the Hezbollah flag being marched within shouting distance of where the towers fell, said David Chesnoff, a prominent Las Vegas attorney who defended Corey Lewandowski, yet another Trump advisor on the council, from accusations of making unwanted sexual advances on a Republican donor at a 2021 event. Of course. We have someone running for mayor that applauds the very same philosophy and people that did that, Chesnoff continued. We need to send a bigger message to the American public of the danger that poses. The comment appeared to catch Noem's attention. Noem, whose department oversees the increasingly militarized deportation raids frequently led by masked people who hide their names and badges, said she's looking for creative ways to expand her power. The Department of Homeland Security has authorities that have never been utilized before, and I'm going to need some good minds on how to use those authorities, she said. Said one day after Trump threatened to jail Mamdani. Yeah. Yep. I guess it is kind of nice that Kristi Noem, by virtue of being a fucking idiot, can't say, I know what I'm going to do about him, but instead has to say, hey, can somebody think up of something to do? Like, it's not like anyone's here is competent, right? Fucking Giuliani, bikers for Trump, Jesus. Did you see billionaire Bill Ackman begging someone to run so they could throw money at him? Yeah, I saw. Here, hold on. I should toss something to the editors that isn't me rambling about clothes. fuck. Okay. Pretty scary stuff. Separate Vosh channel, the Fashion Pit. We already have 3 channels. It's probably enough. I thought the Supreme Court limited injunctions. It's more complicated than that. It depends on who the protected class. 3? Vosh channel, Vosh Pit, and then there's Vosh Video, which has gaming VODs. That one hasn't been updated in a while. Mostly because I haven't, like, played games. Oh yeah, and the OnlyFans. Have you been playing games in your own time or not? Yeah, of course. I fucking love video. Yeah, absolutely. But playing games on stream and playing games on your own are totally different. When I play games on my own, I'm fucking catching up on podcasts. I'm listening to shit. I'm chilling. I don't have to perform anything or entertain you guys. I can slap my dick against my stomach. You know, I can go like whap, whap, whap like that the whole time. I do want to play Death Stranding 2 quite a bit. Okay. We're living in scary times. What's the latest you played? I'm trying to get 100% achievements in Terraria, because I love the game, but I never actually bothered to get 100% achievements, so I'm trying to. Looking good. Alligator Alcatraz already getting a bit of flooding. That's cool. I mean, that's like the point, right? The whole point is to send people here to suffer and die. To get dysentery? Maybe.
And where you're
checking into the room.
They don't have to.
This and
Don't care, didn't ask. Crazy that a place that looks like this is going to cost hundreds of millions of dollars for FEMA every single year. This is Daily Beast article from 9 minutes ago. Huge setback for Trump with alligator Alcatraz already flooding. Nice image. Is that a setback? Like, do they fucking care? Why would they care at all? Why, why would the... Like, you're talking about unsanitary conditions at Auschwitz. I don't understand, like, why you think it would matter to them.
To meet the president promise of mass deportations. President Trump was just there with...
Biggest concern I see with this facility is that it's in the middle of the Everglades. There are tropical storms, hurricanes, and the facilities themselves are very different from the actual Alcatraz, which, as you know, is consists of huge cement, these hulking buildings.
Yeah.
But in contrast, this so-called alligator Alcatraz is basically heavy-duty tents and mobile homes. And it's hard to see how those will withstand the elements. I mean, right now, the temperatures down there are in the triple digits. And on top of that, the real Alcatraz was home to, serious convicted criminals. Truly, some of America's most notorious criminals served time in Alcatraz. Again, in contrast, in this Florida facility, we don't know who is going to end up there, but we do know.
There's something about this that I hate the artifice so much. It really fucking pisses me off, you know? Like, it pisses me off that there's discourse from like the moderate conservative to liberal sector where they're like, well, we have concerns about Alligator Alcatraz, the facility that Trump is openly bragging is impossible to escape and is meant for people to like fucking go and suffer there. Like it's not sanitary. Yeah. They don't care. Multiple people have already died in ICE care since Trump took office, like 10. It's only going to go up. That's the ones we know about, by the way, okay? Trust me, there are plenty of undocumented people who've died in ICE care we've not been informed about, okay? Very, very possible. Why Auschwitz not being carbon neutral is problematic. Yeah, genuine. Like, why the fuck are we talking about it like this, you know? It seems weird to me. I don't get it. I don't know. Are they going to set the gators and the brown people? Laura Loomer is super excited for that. She keeps posting shit like, yummy, free meals for the alligators, you know? Yummy. Me with a suspiciously 20 million illegal aliens shaped bulge in my belly. I don't know. You guys hear about the Paramount settlement? I actually think in a lot of ways this is scarier than the big beautiful bill because it signifies that law is no longer a tool that can be used against the federal government. Like we're just past that point. Like law it's no longer capable of meaningfully restricting. Yeah, everyone's falling in line. Paramount's giving Trump, how much? $16 million, so Trump will drop a lawsuit. The lawsuit being, of course, the claim that they deceptively edited their interview with Kamala Harris to make her look better than she was. And then they released the full unedited interview, and it turns out all she did was blow her nose or whatever. So, essentially, Trump sued them for giving an interview to his political opponent, and they paid. They didn't even want it to go to court. They fell in line. Cowards. Yeah, it's actually really bad. I mean, the precedent set here essentially is like, yeah, no, like never give media attention to a political enemy of Trump because if you do, Trump could sue you and you'll just pay.
Agreed to pay the Paramount, that's the company that owns CBS and also the show 60 Minutes. It's agreed to pay $16 million to settle a lawsuit brought by President Trump. He alleged in an interview last year that his former rival Kamala Harris, did this interview on CBS's 60 Minutes, and that it was deceptively edited in a way that helped her and hurt him. Walk us through this agreement.
Well, the bottom line is independent legal experts say that the White House, the president, really did not have a case here. And many people have reinforced that argument, but we certainly...
Yeah, if it had gone to court, Paramount would have won 100%. The reason Paramount folded is because they knew that Trump could retaliate against their news, or the news organization broadly, if he lost in court. Like, the threat wasn't really Trump winning the lawsuit. The threat was him using the power of the presidency to crush them, which he could have done without any legal restraints. Oh, that's true. He is merging, or he is holding up a merger. That is true, yeah. Yeah, basically just like capitulate, follow the rules, and hopefully Trump doesn't take it out on you. I forgot about the merger. Thank you. The Verger. Merge with Skydance Media. But same point either way. Effectively. There was never a legal case for Trump here. The Wall Street Journal reported in May that Trump was willing to drop the complaint in exchange for upwards of $25 million and a public apology. As part of the agreement, Paramount said it would release transcripts of future 60 Minutes interviews with eligible U.S. presidential candidates, but specified the settlement, quote, does not include a statement of apology or regret. Very brave, very woke. Trump's spokesman said the settlement was another win for the American people, holding the fake news media accountable. CBS and Paramount Global realized the strength of this historic case and had no choice but to settle. While legal experts said the suit was baseless, it placed Paramount under pressure to appease the president as its long drawn-out merger plans with Skydance require approval from the Trump administration. In a statement seen by CNN, Paramount said that, quote, this lawsuit is completely separate from and unrelated to the Skydance transaction and the FCC approval process, and that it will, quote, abide by the legal process to defend our case. Yep. So the Trump administration can sue anyone, any company they like, and win, basically win every time. Because even if there's no basis to the lawsuit, you just compel a settlement. You make people fall in line, which is optically good for you. Because you don't want to deal with the Trump administration fucking you over all the time. Why haven't they sued Hassan or Twitch then? Because Hassan is a single streamer, not a massive, multinational media conglomerate. And as for Twitch, Twitch is owned by Amazon, and Jeff Bezos is an ally of Trump. Why on earth would, okay, hold on a second. Hassan isn't that big of a threat to the presidential administration. We're talking about, like suing Disney. Or yeah, like Paramount, CBS, shit like that, okay? Not like individual nobodies. Hassan, entertaining the hypothetical, Hassan is in a position where the legal proceedings could end up benefiting from him because he's small enough that the attention he would get by being directly targeted by the presidency would be worth the money it would cost to fight the ongoing lawsuit. Like, Hassan could sustain a multi-year lawsuit, which he would win. He would win the case. Like, it would cost millions, but he would win. But he would make millions being the target. That math doesn't really work out for Paramount or for Disney or for any comparably large company, where the real threat is like a long-term suppression by the state. And he wouldn't do it to Twitch because Amazon is on the side of the, Trump administration. AMC now warns moviegoers to expect 25 to 30 minutes of ads and trailers. Good lord. Whatever. I kind of like them. I don't care. It's the only time I get served ads. It's the only time I learn anything's coming out. People are just going to show up more late, but they get paid for the ad space anyway. This is such an American thing. Yeah, movie theaters aren't doing too great. Doesn't it establish precedent for future case? No, because there's no judicial precedent here. It was settled. It establishes precedent in the sense that now we know that people feel the need to fold. Could Trump maybe target Twitch instead of Hassan? Were you fucking listening to me? Were you listening to the words? I even addressed it twice. You're killing me. Do you think Paramount would have settled if they had no pending merger? Yes. Think of all the big legal firms that capitulated and offered hundreds of millions of dollars to Trump in order to get phony lawsuits dropped. Think of the lawsuits being directed against universities, It's not just about mergers specifically. It's just bullying and making everyone fall in line. Credit to Harvard for standing up. Yeah.
Know the situation with Paramount right now. Paramount right now, they were in need of federal approval for a merger that the owner of Paramount is looking toward right now. So it appeared clear that she was open to an agreement of this kind. Ultimately, the bottom line is it was agreed to. We have now learned overnight $16 million, as you said, that will go toward President Trump's future presidential library. This is not going to sit well with many people within CBS News. Among other things, there will not be a statement of apology or regret from CBS, and they have,
I guess, like, hitting the lowest possible bar. I am glad they're not officially apologizing.
There's something else that happened yesterday that we haven't mentioned yet, and that is that CBS News agreed to pay a settlement to President Trump after this. This is from Paramount Global, right? Then they have a merger that they want to get through in front of the federal government. Might have led to this settlement. It says that the company has agreed that in the future, 60 Minutes will release transcripts of interviews with eligible U.S. presidential candidates after such interviews have aired, subject to redactions as required for legal or national security concerns, because this had to deal with Kamala Harris's interview with 60 Minutes and if they edited it. Okay, so here's what aired.
Well, let's start with October 7. 1,200 people were massacred. 250 hostages were taken, including Americans. Women were brutally raped. And as I said then, I maintain Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters. Far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. This war has to end.
And Trump and his team said, 60 Minutes by editing put his thumb on the scale right before the election.
Yeah, and the fact that the only reason any of this happened, much like with the University of Pennsylvania decision, the only reason any of this happened is because President Trump was willing to go and pick a fight that few Republicans ever want to get into. And he has fought with the media every step of the way. He's not afraid of it. And this was the result of it. And I love the fact that the new rule with CBS, where they release the full unedited transcripts, is called within the building the Trump rule. And that will live on long after Trump is gone. And just a reminder of, the guy is unafraid to take on any entity that is in his way, and it winds up paying off. And it turns out that you actually can go up against.
Yeah, it turns out when you're the president of the United States, you do have the power to, like, bully corporations. You wouldn't know it from looking at the Democrats, but it is actually possible. You can, when you're the president of the United States, you can do, like, anything, basically, because you're the president of the United States of America. You are the president of the United States of America. You forget that when Democrats are in power, When, like, Biden's in power, it's all, no, we can't do anything, actually. We have literally no power. The way Biden was always tweeting as though he wasn't the president. Somebody's got to do something about this.
Against the system and actually put up some wins like this.
Well, initially it's 16 million. It could go much higher. It could go as high as 30 million. It's a stunner.
Okay. What? I hate the Fox News player. It's all bloat. It's like it's designed to lag the computers of the boomers that watch this crap. Oh, God. Yeah, I suppose I should talk about that, too. Just give me a second. Totally forgot about that shit. Can we not? Yeah, sorry. I have to. As the self-appointed leader of trans advocacy on the left, it's very important that I talk about it. I'm gonna go pee and also, like, admire how the linen's contouring to the shape of my my body. Dude, I'm telling you, man, you gotta get natural fiber pilled, okay? These polyester clothes look good in the store because they drape well, but then you wear them and wash them 3 times and it's fucking over. Whereas the natural fibers break in and eventually they fit your body so much better than initially. Like, for a while I thought that pearl snap blue sashiko weave cotton camp shirt didn't fit me that good, but I've worn it for like 2-3 days. I wore it around the house and now it fits around me pretty good. I'm telling you. Hey, hit my dang Why the fuck am I wearing a belt? All right. Natural fibers are tasty to moths, though? No? Just wool, animal fibers are tasty to moths. Also, they don't go after animal fibers on their own. They need to target, like, sweat stains on it. You can put cedar blocks in your closet to deter them from laying their eggs in the clothing. And you keep your clothes clean, and that means there are no sweat stains or whatever for them to feast off of. Like your t-shirt? Well, t-shirts aren't typically made of wool. There are wool t-shirts, though. They're actually a pretty good kind of active wear. What's that shirt called again? Overshirt. P43 fatigue shirt. It's based on this. A field shirt. Issued to soldiers in World War II. You've seen it before, in fashion and in movies. It's very, very, very common. Sort of silhouette. Like most men's clothes, born out of military or workwear. Why do you like military fashion so much? Do you wear t-shirts? Why do you like military fashion so much? Where did chinos come from? This is not a joke. The reason chinos are called that, after a lot of, like, linguistic fuckery, is because they started making a particular kind of shiny cotton fabric that they got from China. So China, chinos... I'm serious. There are some middle steps I'm skipping, but that's the gist of it. Makes about as much sense as anything? Yep. Pretty much. Okay, really quick. Before we talk about the goddamn Riley Gaines thing. Where are we? Fox of North Carolina amendment on agreeing to the amendment. Okay, House is still deadlocked right now. Or is this old? I think this might be older. Hmm. Live on .gov is this one? No, I don't think it's happening right now. I think they're convening at the moment. During the Queers for Liberation March, mayoral candidate Zoran Mamdani briefly joined them. The people's mandate. God damn, man. If this guy doesn't even both to have Muslim values, why label yourself one? It just means you take more incoming fire. But all religious people don't actually have those religious values. Like, if everyone took your advice, there'd be no religious people, which would be based, but, like, that's not really the world that we live in. What do you mean Muslim values? Anyway. He seems to be very socially progressive for an alleged Islamist. I mean, for an alleged Islamist. He's not an Islamist. He's a Muslim. John Cena. I think he's culturally a Muslim, but in practice not a very religious one like Hassan. Does Hassan self-describe as culturally Muslim? I didn't think he did. No? Okay. So it's just chat being racist? Yes, he does? Oh, he does. Okay. I mean, it's also like where, like definitionally where you draw the line, because I am without question culturally Christian. Like, there's no denying. If you're in America and you're white, you probably are. Like, I mean, I celebrate Christmas. There's tons of things that I do that other people in other countries would describe as culturally Christian that I just think of as normal because, like, yeah, I live here, whatever, you know? They're all cultural signifiers that are associated with Christianity. Obviously, I'm not religiously Christian. Unless you're culturally Jewish. Well, it's the same with culturally Jewish people, right? They celebrate Hanukkah. Like, if you celebrate Hanukkah, that doesn't mean you're religiously Jewish. That just means you're, like, celebrating Hanukkah. Is everyone who celebrates Christmas Christian? No, of course not, you know? People don't apply these standards consistently. I've known Muslims that drink alcohol. Yeah, they're called Saudi Arabians. Were you baptized after birth? No, I was not baptized. I have never been baptized. Where the fuck did I get this stain on my glasses? They got to invent glasses that don't get fingerprints on them when you touch them. Albanians stay winning. I've always wanted to, well, no, I mean, I've always wanted to, speaking of a completely different country, I've always wanted to visit Armenia, dude. The oldest Christians, right? Basically, like some of them. I would love to visit like the oldest Christian country and see their like whack ass fucking churches, you know, made out of like dirt. Not Georgia? I don't want to visit Georgia. They need to get their shit sorted out. Ethiopia? Yeah, Ethiopia would be a cool visit, for sure. Oh, have a good time there, Kiswati. Fuck Azerbaijan. Ethiopia is the oldest Christian nation on Armenia. Armenia is Orthodox, I think. Wait, is Ethiopia Catholic or Orthodox? Because I think of Orthodox as being older than Catholic. I don't know or care if that's true. In my head, it is. When I look at Orthodox buildings, I think it's its own branch. Ethiopian Orthodox. Huh, that's pretty cool. They're called Coptic. There's so much cool shit in the world I want to learn about. I would love to travel more. No, that's Egypt. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right, where the fuck is the thing? Yeah, here we go. Culturally Christian is such a meaningless description, especially when you consider Christianity hardly originated any of the culture passed down. This is meaningless. It's like saying I'm culturally French because of the Norman invasion. Dog, if you celebrate Christmas, like, you're obviously culturally Christian. I don't know what the fuck the culture you exhibit in your day-to-day life is influenced by Christianity. That's all it means. It doesn't mean that you have, like, you can argue there's absolutely, like, Norman French influence to an extent, but that doesn't invalidate culture's like a big, you know, mixing bowl, you know? It all gets blended together. It's complicated. I mean, I celebrate Christmas. I'm Hindu, so am I Christian. That's a culturally Christian element. Yeah, Christmas, yeah, for sure. I mean, you can, like, argue whatever the aggregate is, I guess, or whatever you think your overall... And then there's, like, a lot of variance there as well, because, yeah, there are a lot of, like, South Korean and Japanese people that celebrate Christmas, but, like, Japan's a really interesting case, because you have, like, a lot of Christian influence in, like, marriages and Christmas and stuff, but then you also have Buddhist influence enormously, huge Buddhist influence, like, all across the country, but then you also have the, like, pagan Shinto religion undercurrent that seems to coexist with everything, where you'll leave a Christian church and then you'll walk past a Buddhist monastery and then you'll leave an offering at a Shinto shrine, and all three of these things are, like, equally a component of your culture. And that's just like how shit is, and that's life, and life is cool, and life is great. And yeah. Fucking what? I don't care. I think Christmas is an exception. It's the most commercialized celebration that exists. Dog, that's cultural Christianity. It's heavily commercialized, you know? Look at what Saudi Arabia is doing to Mecca, you know? Once you get enough money backing the religious cultural hegemony, you turn it into a fucking shopping season. The hotel with the big clocks, peak architecture now? No. What Saudi Arabia is doing to Mecca is fucking disgusting. Can you imagine if they built, like, a $50 trillion resort in Jerusalem, like, right up against the wall? Fucking incredibly tasteless. Gross shit. you know? Yeah, I can't imagine that, not gonna lie. Yeah, well, because of how Israel is right now. But just like, why wouldn't Israel do that, Lamau? But I'm saying it wouldn't be good. Also, yeah, the fact that what they're building around Mecca is Western is really fucking weird. Like, it's literally Mecca. Why are you building Big Ben? Bigger Ben? Why are you building a Western clock tower? Because the Saudi fucking, you know, royalty don't give a shit. They don't give a shit about culture. They just, yeah, well, they want to make themselves appealing to, like, Western investors. It's fucking loser shit. What's your favorite Gulf state? What fucking model of car would you most like to run over your balls? I don't know. Saudis have the worst taste ever. Yeah, they really do. It's very Trump-esque, funnily enough, which is why they get along so well. Sorry, I'm trying to find the fucking... Women in sports. I don't really give a shit about women's sports. I don't give a shit about men's sports either, but I want, like, the misogyny cred of also not caring about women's sports. Where the fuck is the thing? No, I'll find it. I'll find it. Maybe. You need help? Shut up! What the hell? I thought I had that in there. Okay, well, that's fine. I'll just find it myself. Well, I mean, I was finding it myself anyway. But now I'll try even harder. There we go. Guys, a new development has taken place. Following pressure from the Trump administration, we have executed on what will be referred to in the history books as the please God, let Riley Gaines get shut the fuck up. Please let her shut the fuck up. Make her shut up. Act. As per the Department of Education's announcement, under UPenn's new agreement, the following actions will be taken. UPenn will restore to female athletes all individual UPenn Division I swimming records, titles, or other similar recognitions that were misappropriated by male athletes allowing to compete in female categories. UPenn will issue a public statement to the university community stating that it will comply with Title IX, specifying that UPenn will not allow males to compete in female athletic programs or occupy Penn Athletics' female intimate facilities. The statement will specify that UPenn will adopt biology-based definitions for words male and female pursuant to Title IX and consistent with President Trump's executive orders defending women from gender ideology extremism and keeping men out of women's sports. And so on. So now, with Leah Thomas, the transgender woman swimmer who competed against Riley Gaines all those years ago, officially disqualified from participation, Riley Gaines ascends from 5th place, where she has languished for years, to 5th place. because she was tied for 5th. She's still in 5th. Well done, everyone.
In sports, as UPenn agrees to follow President Trump's mandate.
It's too late. I have already portrayed myself as the calm, stoic, athletically successful trans woman, and you as the disgusting, wretched, orange spray tan-addled gremlin creature, Riley Gaines.
And ban transgender women from female sports teams. The Ivy League school will also revoke trans swimmer Leah Thomas of her titles, and all female athletes displaced by Thomas will be reinstated and get a written apology from the school. Thomas's former teammates. We have Margot Kaczorowski. We also have Ellen Holmquist. They've both filed a lawsuit against the university earlier this year, and they're also joined by their attorney, Bill Bott. Good morning to all of you.
Morning.
Morning,
Good morning. Good morning. All right, Margot, I'll start with you because you were in 2 of the same events as Leah Thomas. You were denied your win because Leah was competing, your recognition. So how does this new news affect you?
Yeah, so I try to think about it more on like a broader scale because I'm really not doing this for myself or anything. What I went through was hard enough.
I'd like to apologize on behalf of the Polish people for this woman.
But really, I'm doing this for the future generation of girls to go through the program, to go through D1 athletics, and I really want just what's best for them. So I would like for women's rights to be upheld to the utmost standard. And for
you think they would find like ugly photos of Leah Thomas, considering how malicious this administration has become? You really would think Fox and Friends would be like surely there are video interviews or something where you could use you can get an ugly photo of literally anyone, you know? I don't know. Not all the mugging photos.
Those titles and records to come down.
Is this enough for you, what they did?
It's a good starting point, and I'm really grateful for the Trump administration and what they are doing to protect women, but there's so much more to go. They wouldn't be doing this without the federal government forcing them. So I think we have a long way to go to make sure that women's rights are upheld and policies are in place to ensure the verification process that it's only females in women's sports.
Okay. Now, Ellen, you were left off the 2022 Ivy Championship team roster because Leah Thomas participated. You missed.
Have you considered being better? See, if you were left off the team roster, that probably means that you lost. Have you considered winning?
That by 1 spot. So this latest news doesn't mean that you're competing again. It doesn't mean that can change that. How do you feel?
I think this is a good step in the right direction. Like Margot said, I'm really doing this for future Penn swimmers, future young girls that want to compete in college sports and make sure that this situation that happened to me never happens to someone else in the future. But there are still a lot of steps that need to be taken by Penn and other universities that have been going down this path. So,
you know what's interesting? Despite this being literally the please God Riley Gaines stop being annoying on Twitter bill or whatever act push, Riley Gaines has been super quiet on social media. It's kind of weird. From July 1st. And then she retweeted this video from the White House talking about.
My name is Paula Scanlon, and I'm a former swimmer from the University of Pennsylvania. My name is Riley Gaines. I was a swimmer at the University of Kentucky.
Is this a cuff, or do you just... Nothing.
I was permanently injured at the hands of a man when I was forced to play against him in a high school volleyball game.
Okay. Girl.
I was forced to compete against a biological male on my middle school track team.
Middle school. Can you imagine, I don't know. It's like grooming, dude. Because can you imagine, a middle school girl, middle school athletics. We're talking about 80-pound, 5-foot-tall, nothing people. They're in middle school, and then you lose because there's a trans chick there, and then some White House envoy or Fox News reporter or whatever is like, hey, do you want to make money? It's fucking crazy.
To compete against two biological males throughout all 4 years of high school. Trump's admin and the Department of Education have gotten the University of Pennsylvania not just to apologize for what they did to me and other female athletes that were forced to compete against and alongside this male athlete, but they also got them to change their policies and to take down his records from the board, which is a great win.
The stories we heard brought tears to all of our eyes. It was powerful. It was moving.
There's a lesson to be learned from this, though, I think, in terms of rhetoric. Remember how one of the strongest moments of the DNC was when they brought on those women who had been affected by the abortion bans, and it was like really, actually, like I think quite captivating TV what they did there, the way they presented that. What the important thing to understand is that you can't just do that at the DNC. You do that 24/7. You should have a nonstop cavalcade of people entering the White House to get little video interviews to talk about how they have been personally victimized by Republicans and by Republican policy. And you have to be vindictive about it too. You can't just say like, oh, well, you know, I lost Medicaid coverage thanks to the big beautiful bill. No one gives a shit. Okay, whatever, die. All right. What people do care about, or what people will care about, you need to run like a vindictive campaign against Republicans. All right. It's not enough. Every ICE agent, every cop, a Republican who's belligerent at a rally, any racist you encounter, run against all of them, okay? Remind people how disgusting Republicans really are. You have to keep that message strong.
I'm so excited for the announcement from Secretary McMahon and President Trump today as they stand at the forefront of this issue for women and girls everywhere. And I am so thankful that we finally have an administration in office who is willing to stand up and ensure that no other girl has to experience.
Yeah, all right. Biologically male outfit, by the way. Get the fuck out of here. Anyway, and Riley Gaines retweeted this post from Outkick where she talks about the UPenn decision. And then one tweet where she quote tweets the Babylon Bee. Doesn't anyone think it's weird she hasn't made a post herself? Not a real one? I don't know. Maybe she's like waiting for something. Like, girl, this is what you've been fighting for. You're in 5th place now. Yeah, it's the same as before, but at least you're not tied for 5th place. She doesn't have a narrative. She does have a narrative. She has the same narrative she's been going with for like 5 years. So is your opinion still that because of the physical impact of transition, trans women don't have an unfair advantage? Yeah, literally, there's been no evidence that I've seen to the contrary. I know that it's gotten unpopular to defend that point, but I literally have not seen any evidence indicating that's the case. If you've been transitioning for like 2 years or so, like hormone transitioning, whatever, there does not seem to be any demonstrated average athletic advantage, you know? If you have a male athlete who takes hormones for 2 years, like, you know, estrogen for 2 years, androgen blockers, whatever, you are degrading your physical strength by an extreme amount. Like estrogen and androgen blockers are, there's a reason why we're better at sports, okay? That's all I'm saying. There's a reason why we're better at sports. So if you're taking the drugs that make you fucking shit at doing physical things, yeah, you know? Look, I'm open on the evidence. It's just no evidence has been supplied. Genuinely. Every time Republicans come up with some new gotcha on this, it's a nothing burger, or they're like deliberately misrepresenting the evidence. And it's not like there haven't been studies. If it turns out, oh no, it needs to be 3 years, it needs to be 5 years. Okay. If it turns out like there actually is a statistical advantage for transgender women competing against cis women, even after a significant time spent transitioning, I'll put my hands up in the air. I'll say, okay, they should compete separately. It's unfair, but it would be unfair in either direction. And if you're going to be unfair in either direction, you should be unfair in the direction that impacts the status quo less, right? I mean, it sucks, but in that case, it seems like it'd be a lot of work for a little gain. You try to like work that in despite the bias. Women should just toughen up. I don't know. Yeah, well, that's probably also true. They're so whiny. What about height and broader shoulders from male puberty? I mean, that doesn't necessarily translate into better performance, but also there are cis women who also have like greater height and wider shoulders, you know? Look, you can look at this. It's been a while since I've clamored over the evidence. I'm just saying I'm not really like a zealot on this. I just haven't seen any compelling evidence. Intuition suggests that trans women would have an advantage, but I just did not arrive at that conclusion. And look, you know me. You know I would have no trouble going, I'm not really sure I'm bought in on that. We're not exactly like big on the in-group hug box bullshit here. You know perfectly well that if I saw meaningful evidence, I'd be like, well, you know, okay, it doesn't really affect my fundamental support for trans people. It's just like, this is like a logistical thing, you know? Yeah, you used to say that? Yeah. Well, because I used to be engaging with it on intuition rather than on the data.
We turn now to another major university reaching a deal with the Trump administration, this time concerning transgender athletes.
This morning, the University of Pennsylvania reversing course, saying it will now ban transgender athletes and strip trans swimmer Leah Thomas of her swimming titles. The school reaching a deal with the Trump administration, saying it will comply with Title IX, as interpreted by the Department of Education, and saying it will restore the records and titles of female athletes who lost to Thomas and send apology letters to them.
The goddamn Riley Gaines bill.
Thomas pulling away. Leah Thomas made history in 2022, becoming the first openly transgender athlete to win an NCAA Division I title. The win sparked fierce debate over fairness, including from some of Thomas's own teammates.
I knew there would be scrutiny against me if I competed as a woman. I was prepared for that.
The Trump administration earlier this year suspended 175.
Probably not prepared for like the full weight of a fascist presidency bearing down on you, I'll admit. It's pretty difficult to prepare for that one. That's a rough one.
$5 million in federal funds from Penn, claiming the University of Pennsylvania repeatedly violated civil rights laws by allowing men to compete in women's sports. Education Secretary Linda McMahon calling Penn's new agreement a major victory for women and girls nationwide. No comment yet from the NCAA or Leah Thomas, but in a 2022 interview, she defended her decision to compete.
Trans people don't transition for athletics. We just want to be able to live our lives.
The NCAA still recognizes her championship win, but Penn has removed her swimming records from its website.
Nice. All right. The rec check, Vice, the trans ban, Terraria challenge video, the group by socialites of Shanghai. Okay. Bernie Sanders congratulating Mamdani. I keep getting recommended this Wrong Trousers channel, and I don't know if it's good or bad. All I know is that it might be too irony-pilled for me. Gotta watch more Cumtown. Beanmouth Syndrome. This is true. All three of these characters are from different movies. Can you tell by looking at them? Crafted, I quit my job in finance to make custom jeans. Based. I love Edgy Albert. Diddy, we'll talk about Diddy. They used us, Latino voters, and Trump reacted in Florida reacted Trump. Yeah. And then Leah Thomas. Nice. Wojackson thumbnails are a huge red flag. I mean, I used to have Wojackson thumbnails pretty often, to be fair, when I was a little bit smaller and a little more niche. You can delete it from your history if you don't want it affecting your algorithm. The Wrong Trousers? I don't fucking care. I mean, it's not really... You can just choose a channel and say, don't recommend me the channel, but I'm not, like, anti-Wrong Trousers. I just haven't seen it. My intro used to be a Wojak. I don't remember that. What was I saying? Fox Business. Oh, Fox Business seems to be angry that UPenn has explicitly not apologized for the title received by Leah Thomas, because UPenn is arguing that it was in compliance with Title IX as its rules were at the time, which is true.
The University of Pennsylvania doing the walk of shame, crawling out of the woodwork to admit that it was wrong and the way it handled.
Dog, look at my business channel. I'm losing money on my investments for sure.
Female sports 3 years ago with transgender swimmer Leah Thomas.
The Department of Education announcing that University of Pennsylvania has agreed to resolve Title IX violations. That deal includes defining male and female by biological sex. reinstating strip titles and records to female athletes, and get this, issue personal apologies to every impacted swimmer.
I have been seeing a lot of larger, like, liberal-leaning accounts on Twitter referring to cis women as biological women, which has been irking me the wrong way. You shouldn't be doing that. You know, I know you can't say cis on Twitter, but you can use, like, the I with, like, a little dash or something or whatever. I don't know.
Including former University of Pennsylvania swimmer Paula Scanlon. She joins us.
They really all do look the same, don't they? Like, Republican women always just emit this, or it's the orange, it's the minuscule cross necklace, it's the, I'm sorry. Just like they never serve. I mean that. It's not even a phrenology thing. I'm not even talking about the shape of their face, which of course naturally exudes evil and criminality. I'm talking about just like serving.
Now, Paula, great to see you. Your reaction to this from the University of Pennsylvania, have you heard from them?
I have not quite yet heard from them. I received, actually, just before coming on here, an email from the athletic department. It seemed to be a generic email to all student athletes.
Why are you talking like that at me? Why are you talking at me?
Just addressing the situation and describing the fact that they weren't in the wrong back then, but they understand that they are now. That is no form of apology to me whatsoever.
They didn't even say that, by the way. They didn't say they understand they're wrong now. They just said they're changing their guidelines to better reflect the changes made by Trump.
Another one should be still coming, but really, I mean, what I've seen from this is they're trying to just say, well, we were following the rules then and we're trying to follow the rules now. Don't be mad at us.
So the sincerity is lacking here. I mean, they're being forced to do this, but you're right. A sincere apology comes from the heart that they learned. And do you get the medals and things that you won, the trophies? Are those going to be stripped away? And do you get what you actually earned, despite there being a male with junk jumping in the pool with y'all?
You know, it's very hard to rectify these things. And again, how do you walk back? Okay, well, maybe if he didn't compete, someone else would have been able to attend this championship. I mean, there's so many things that are not covered from simply an apology and fixing the record boards. But the one thing I will say is I am grateful to the Trump administration for standing so strong on this. And it shows how strong they are in their leadership, that this issue has been able to come the way it has. I mean, we've seen a major university bend the knee here. This is historic. This is something we've never seen before. And I really hope this is just the start and we see more coming. I mean, I would love to see Harvard crawl back and apologize for some of the things they've done wrong too.
Isn't it crazy that like honestly, you know what? Isn't it crazy that Obama could have done this? Obama had so much more of a cultural mandate than Trump has ever had. Like, if Obama kept the energy from 2008 running into the presidency and then really kept it going with a nonstop rally, he could have done, like, every power that Trump is exhibiting now, Obama had the ability to exhibit then. In truth, presidents have always been able to do this as long as you have enough public backing, as long as either the people or the capital class support you. But, you know, you only see this shit. Those were the before times. You know, I understand things are different now. I don't think the next Democrat we see is going to do this.
Paula, to your point, it doesn't take back them never asking your consent to force you to accept a naked man in your locker room or to compete against a man against who you did not have the same biology. It doesn't take any of that back. But do you think that it will force other universities or even other school systems, even secondary school systems, to stop?
What's wrong with these people? They don't have arguments, so they use emotions like disgust or outrage. I mean, it's not really like new or anything, but that's the reason why whenever they talk about trans women, they're like, this dicked man penis. They always, it's because, I mean, it's where their minds are too, but the psychosexual animosity is way more effective at motivating these people to vote than like whether or not their grandma's going to die of being kicked off Medicaid.
Stop treating women the way they do, to stop treating girls the way that they do.
I certainly hope so. I think the biggest takeaway is this is a major university. People look to the Ivy Leagues for leadership. I don't think that they should. I mean, I went there and I saw firsthand that we should not put them on a pedestal. But people in this country do. And so I think I want to see the downstream effect. I want to see the high schools. I want to see the middle schools say, we can't do this. We're going to be in trouble if we allow this to happen. And I'm so grateful again for the Trump administration for taking this stance. And I hope to see widespread change across this country.
Oh, look, between you and Riley Gaines and others standing firm and actually making this case. And you're right, the Trump administration making an issue, it actually is changing the trajectory for women in the future. And thank goodness that you're willing to take that stand. Right. Anything else you want them to know and expect from the university?
You know, I think I want to see them continue on these promises. I think an apology is really only the first step, but I think it's a great win, and I'm excited to see what they have to say to me, and I will...
You know, they keep alluding to this being the first step. So what's after this? The titles have been stripped and reinstated. They've changed their policies in compliance with Trump's executive order. Like, what's the next step? Yeah, you know. I can't believe I wasted so much time like 2 years ago arguing with people over whether or not transgenocide was legitimate, deserved rhetoric, when it's so obvious that the complete eradication of trans people as a social class is the end goal of every single one of their policies and instances of rhetoric, you know? Like, they're not pretending the way they used to about, like, oh, no, as long as you're like Blair White. Dude, Blair White's not going up there having meetings in the White House or whatever, okay? That was an older time when they were pretending. They're not doing that shit anymore. I don't know.
Definitely keep you guys posted on that, but just really the accountability. I want to see change in this country, and more than anything else, this cannot happen to any other female athlete in this country, no matter how old she is, and I'm grateful to be part of that change.
Really quickly, Paula, I'm cynical. Did they just do it for the money?
You know, that's something we have to look at, right? The University of Pennsylvania had federal funds pulled by the Trump administration. This seems to be a direct response to that. And of course, it's always follow the money. That is always the answer. And of course, you should be cynical about this. Follow the money, but that's how you get things done. And so if that was the way to get them to come to the table and bend the knee, I'd say I support the Trump administration in doing that and continue to do.
Okay, wait. I think there was a lost communication there. What the host was insinuating was that the only reason UPenn ever tolerated trans female athletes was for the money, like the deep state was paying them. But this idiot thought what she meant was, well, the only reason they capitulated is because Trump threatened to cut their federal funding, which, yeah, that's kind of that's like holding a person up at gunpoint when they give you the wallet. You're like, do you think they only gave us the wallet because of the gun? Like obviously, yeah. But she doesn't understand what's being insinuated. The host is trying to do like a deep state thing.
Do that. Pull funds from every university that's doing that.
If when they call you to apologize, assuming they will, say, okay, yes, I will accept your apology, but you have to do it at the White House publicly. At an event
I would love
with
that.
cameras.
I would love that.
Paula Scanlon.
Let's make it happen.
Yeah.
Paula Scanlon, thank you so much for joining us. Really do.
That's great. Man, biological females sure are annoying, huh? Sorry. Yeah, anyway. Yeah, deeply evil people. But UPenn is not, at least at this time, apologizing. And it's a lot of fuss over literally like a woman being moved from 5th place to 5th place. Leah Thomas is... I don't know what Leah Thomas is currently up to, actually. Does Leah Thomas have, like, a Twitter? Happy married lady. By the way, I am not the trans swimmer. Thank you, Leah Thomas 1 on Twitter. I appreciate you clarifying that. Ah, that's nice. Athlete advocate speaking inquiries, first openly transgender athlete. I found her Insta, and it seems like she's chilling. See? She's posting like fantasy art and stuff. That's nice. Hopefully, and I'm being a little naive when I say this, right? But hopefully, Leah Thomas, you know, she gets a text and the text is like, did you hear? And Leah Thomas is like, oh, okay. And then she goes back to drawing pretty ladies or whatever. You know? I mean, whatever. Oh, did you hear that your title's been revoked? Okay, everyone. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Leah Thomas was at Aaron's wedding. Aaron Reed? Is that true? That's pretty fucking cool. I didn't know that. Aaron Reed really is like the pinnacle trans journalist activist, right? You have any plans for July 4th? I'll probably wear my America flag sweater. Upside down. I don't think I can wear it upside down. I don't think my waist would fit through the neck hole. And I think that the waist hole would look bad through around my neck. And also my arms would have to be like inside out. Well, then you couldn't see the, yeah. I could just try to like handstand, you know? Not with that attitude. People love to say not that with that attitude. You know how I know you're white? You asked Palantir? Maybe. What do you say to people like me who are patriotic but feel conflicted about celebrating July 4th because of Trump? Don't be a pussy. If you want to celebrate July 4th, just do the thing. Just have the cookout, okay? It's all good. Just do whatever you want. Patriotism, so 2000 and... Yeah. No, the left is going to need to be patriotic if we're getting out of this mess. I've said this before, but like... Look at Mamdani, man. No one, or look at, like, I don't know, all of human history. Nobody has ever led a popular movement where one of the resounding phrases, one of the chants was, fuck the country I'm in, fuck the country, fuck the people that we're in, fuck all the people who I want to join me in this rally, you know? It's a totally like, it's the most internet LARP shit imaginable. It just does not do anything. It just feels good. It's never worked. It's one of the reasons I've always pushed back against like American diabolism, because sometimes people get really, really, really bad analyses. Listen, the state and especially the nation state are ruinous devices. They're frameworks that hurt people. They're machines that kill. America is the biggest machine. It's not the only machine. There are a lot of those machines, some 200 or whatever, you know? A lot of what has happened over the past 100 years has been sort of beget by America, but it's not uniquely American. I'm sorry, one second. Riley Gaines is so fucking ugly. I'm actually like distracted. Why are her eyes so close together? Do you think that makes her like a better or worse swimmer? I literally, like, I turned my head to the other monitor and I saw this. And frankly, I'm clocking her. I don't want to talk about it because you people aren't responsible. You're not socially responsible enough to manage this, this kind of rhetoric, but I'm clocking her a little bit. Charlie Kirk face syndrome. All of her face is like in the center third of her face. Her fucking chin plowing through the waterline like a plow at the front of a truck after a snow-in. Sorry. I'm being a little mean. You shouldn't comment on women's appearances. From YouTube. Now would be a good time to insert ads. Creators earn more money inserting ads the more viewers are watching. Give it a try. Really? All right, I inserted one. Oh, they mad. Oh, they mad. Didn't have to do that. YouTube told me to. They're like my boss or something. How hot is it in Europe today? Or I guess, was it in Europe today? Because over in Europe, it's late night. Yeah, Red Where I saw that. This looks pretty bad. Guys, is 35 hot? Is that a big number? Especially sucks because, like, you guys don't even have AC. The UK had its hottest day in recorded history. Not what I'm looking at right now. At 43 degrees in Cyprus for a while. Going well. Going well. Maybe we really should move to Russia. We have AC in Greece because we're not dumb like the British. Yeah, that tracks. Gotta buy linen, folks. It helps. It really does. $43 in Africa is insane. I could be wrong, but doesn't, like, nobody live over here in this purple part, largely because it gets purpley over there? I think people tend to chill out in that area. Yeah, that's the Sahara. I always forget the Sahara goes that far west. For some reason, in my head, I think of it going from, like, the bottom of Egypt down to, like, the Sudan. But that's not... It's way fucking bigger than that. And it's getting bigger, too. It's all of North Africa? Yep. Too many numbers on the map? Yep. There needs to be, like... They're Arab here, right? Like, I'm sure Moroccans probably don't call themselves Arab, but at least we're talking, like, Arab adjacent. I mean, literally Arab adjacent. There needs to be, like, a doubling of the Mediterranean down here, okay? It's fucked up that this side of the Mediterranean is like a paradise of good food and weather. And then down here, well, I guess they also have good food and weather, but the countries don't get the investment they need, you know? Like these was it, is it like Tunisia? Am I thinking, is Tunisia the country that has like weirdly good education despite being, you know, not very wealthy? Tunisia, Algeria, Libya. Well, Libya's fucked, of course. We know that. But yeah, what about... I learned a lot of interesting shit about Tunisia. Like, culturally. They have, like, they place a very high value on education. For women, too, I think? If I'm not mistaken? Like all countries in the Mediterranean, its history began 50 trillion years ago. Foreign relations, military, government politics. Presidential republic, head of state, prime minister, head of government. But no one talks about Tunisia. It's a hybrid regime. Yeah, 98% Arab, 1% Jewish, 1% European. That's beautiful, man. Arabs leaving mosque in Tunis, 1899. There's so much. The world is so big. Heavy Ottoman influence, large population of French and Italians. Islam state religion. Yeah, the percentage of Tunisians identifying themselves as non-religious has recently increased from around 12% in 2013 to around 33% in 2018. Damn! In 5 years, they went from 12 to 33% identified non-religious? That is crazy. That's like more than America. Nearly half of young Tunisians describe themselves as non-religious. I don't think I've ever met a Tunisian. I don't think I ever have, which is like, it's not like there are none of them. I've met people, you know, in LA. I met lots of people from, so broadly, I guess, a variety of African and Middle Eastern and West Asian countries. I don't think I've ever met a Tunisian. They enjoy a significant degree of religious freedom. Sunni Islam. Damn. That's pretty. Not a lot of North Africans in America? I guess so. Education accounts for 6% of GDP. Ranks 17th in the category of quality of the higher education system and 21st in the category of quality of primary education. That's really fucking good for North Africa. Wouldn't that be higher than America, at least for primary education? They're taught to read and write in standard Arabic. Then from age 8, they're taught French, while English is introduced at the age of 11. Jesus Christ. Default trilingual. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. What about the gender imbalance? That's always like the question in Muslim countries, right? Because there's a huge amount of variety there. Transport, energy, tourism, economy, administrative, foreign relations, politics of Tunisia. No, this is like government. I'm talking like social. Oh, here we go. History monitor. Higher percentage of women members in their Chamber of Deputies than we have in Congress. Exceptionally high level in the Arab world. Tunisia is the only country in the Arab world where polygamy is forbidden by law. Huh. That is interesting. Why are we pogging for banned polygamy? Because polygamy is really fucking bad socially. It's literally just men like buying wives. It's not... Polygamy is not polyamory. There's a reason why polygamy is like exclusively practiced by, respectfully, backwards shit-ass fucking cultures and religions, okay? Female literacy rates are lower than men's. Yeah, okay. I guess that tracks. I thought it was like open relationships. No. Tunisian Muslim women are allowed to marry non-Muslims. Hey Vosh, have you seen the reactions of Indian YouTubers to Zoran's primary win? I'm saying this in the least racist way that I can. Why the fuck would I ever look for Indian YouTubers' opinions on anything? I would have a better chance of getting a good take from Russian YouTubers. Jesus. His ass is not in programming? No, his ass is not. dark woke. I mean, what if you ask me, like, have you seen Israeli YouTubers react? It's like, well, no, I haven't, and I probably never will. At least not of my own will. No, because they're being very racist? Yeah, they're Indian. It's a block of like 1 billion internet using people, and seemingly the vast majority of them are like really right-leaning. Their main contribution to the English internet at the moment is glazing Israel and being horrible to Muslims. Like, yeah, I'm aware. That's overwhelmingly like that is the tide of influence. Christ, I can't wait for Modi to get replaced. As if it won't be someone way worse who replaces him, lol. We'll see how it goes. Not high participation in the workforce. So they're all just girl bossing it at home. Interesting. Do Indians have a unique / interesting take on Iran? Islamophobia would be my guess. Is it over for India, though? Because I'm from India and I'm so black-pilled at the moment for India. Nothing's ever over, okay? There's nothing about India or Indians that is naturally reactionary. Right now it's reactionary, in the future it might not be, you know? Also, don't Indian feminist activists put the fucking work in? Like, it's not as though, like, nothing is happening in India. You're always going to see a disproportionate influence, like of Indians on internet culture, because there's literally 1.4 billion Indians. I don't know. Sometimes stuff like this does make me wonder about, like, the wisdom of having everyone on the internet in the same internet. You know what I mean? The only real comparison I can think of is, like, China maintains a kind of, like, hegemony over its internet space, but it does seem odd that, like, if English is the global language, which it is for business, you know, that you can have countries' discussions of their own politics get overwhelmed by other countries. By the way, America does this all the time, right? Right now, we're the main group doing that, because every time, look at what Elon was doing, right? Like, we own the internet. We have immensely disproportionate control over the internet. So anytime there's an election in a little country, like, compared to us, a little country like the United Kingdom or Germany or the Netherlands or Sweden or Norway, you have a bunch of, like, insane American right-wingers going, you know, Muslims, da-da-da, and, like, really influencing things abroad. We literally, like, give money directly and indirectly to right-wing groups overseas. Russia takes control of the same principle through funding. India doesn't fund right-wing politics abroad, but by virtue of having a generally reactionary, you know, citizenry, they have a disproportionate influence just by numbers. So sometimes it makes me wonder, like, is the global internet always a good thing? Maybe there should be some kind of, like, limitations, or maybe it should be, like, I don't know. Because in America, it's not a big deal, because we are the top dogs, right? But if I imagine being in, like, a little country, and it's impossible to ever talk about your culture, your language, your community, your anything, because everything's dominated by, like, other countries' discourse and their opinions on you. And that would really frustrate me. The Argentinian subreddit got flooded with English-speaking posts during elections. Yeah, that shit, like, it seems weird. And it does kind of contribute to the whole world being homogenized, doesn't it? You have all these unique, vibrant cultures, but everything gets turned into the same, like, culture slop. where, you know, it's all Marvel movies and the same internet lingo, everything becomes the same basically. But you wouldn't want to cut off communications between countries, because that's also fucked up. I don't know. I kind of wish it was like, my vision is like every country is a forum and you can visit other forums, but it's a little bit of a pain in the butt to do so. So if you really want to go over and take a look at, like, I don't know, Argentinian internet or Brazilian internet or whatever, like, you can, and you can talk and you can flourish there and make friends and communicate and so on. But I feel like everyone using the same fucking social media sites means that it all kind of blurs together. I don't know. There has to be a way to square this circle. There has to be a way to, like, encourage local autonomy and local culture without cutting off international communities. Because that's fucked up. I wouldn't want to do that. I wouldn't want to say, like, you know, well, Nigerian internet should be for Nigerians. Because I think, like, I don't think Nigeria should be for Nigerians in the sense that no one can visit it, like, normally. Vosh has open borders, but not internet, lol. You need to listen, because you're strawmanning me. You get what I mean, though, right? Sometimes it annoys me a little bit that, like, there's a 75% chance that any given Nazi post on Twitter is being done by a Filipino or an Indian. And, like, that does bug me a little bit. And I know they're only doing it because Elon's blue check system means they get for their, like, for their community a very good wage by doing, like, Hitler shit posting. That does bug me a little bit. I think that's a really toxic incentive. But America is, like, not the victim here. We're overwhelmingly the perpetrator. So, you know, like, we cause these problems for other people. So I can't pretend to be the victim. Maybe create a separate internet for a specific country. Yeah, you have, like, different channels. Like, you have kind of like an American internet, and it's like a formalized distinction. And then you have other countries' internets. I think, and you can still go to them, but it's distinct. I think there's some value to that. Yeah, like IRC channels, basically. I don't know. I'd have to think about it a lot. But none of this is going to happen anyway. So fucking whatever. Yeah, I like thinking of it as a forum where you can join other forums, but you kind of have, like, your root forum. I don't like thinking of it as, like, everyone should be kept separate, because people shouldn't be kept separate. It's like open design planning in a house. You want the house to feel, like, open and easy to traverse, but you also want to have distinctions between different areas and spaces. You want to have, like, the kitchen area and the dining room area and the living room area. You know, you want there to be some kind of ordering to it, because otherwise it just feels like you're in a warehouse. I think this exists to a large degree. You're just ignorant of it because you're English speaking only and don't see a lot of other language content. I don't think that's true. I know foreigners, I know immigrants who have expressed frustration at the extent to which American internet influence has kind of crushed their like regional culture and the way it expresses itself online. I think that is a common issue. I know it's an issue with the fucking Indians and the blue checks, okay? But that's like a minor version of it. I'm talking about, like, broadly. I'm not saying those circles don't exist. I'm just saying, like, there is a lot of toxic overlap, you know? Whatever. Also, this kind of thing's been happening forever. For example, the influence of French culture in England. Yeah, but I don't have an issue with culture influencing one another. That's fine. Culture should influence each other. I'm not a cultural chauvinist or anything. I'm just saying it's about communities blurring to a point where you lose meaningful cultural distinctions. And those distinctions are important, right? Just because things influence each other doesn't mean everything should be the same, you know? You don't want everything to be Marvel slop. You want, like, culture to be like a language or many languages that grow and develop. I don't know. I'm just providing an example. No, I know that, Terry Whitley. Okay, sorry, I got distracted. Diddy? Yeah, we gotta. I know this isn't your intention, but you accidentally described 2015 era alt-right onboarding. I really don't think that I have. At all. Especially because right now in 2025, the alt-right onboarding is being done by Indians with blue check marks who are pretending to be base trad white boys in Ohio. You know? I would say, if anything, I'm actually fighting against like an instrument of capital. Not really like in favor of it. Yeah. No. This fucking guy. I haven't covered his trial at all because I don't care. Let's see what happened. People are mad.
This is monumental, Elizabeth. We've been covering this case for 2 months, really for more than a year at this point in time. We are seeing about the actual verdict here. And just for the I want to understand, count 1 was the most serious charge, carrying up to a life sentence. He has been found not guilty of racketeering conspiracy RICO. Not guilty. He has also been found not guilty of sex trafficking of Cassandra Ventura. She testified for days. We're also learning that he has been found guilty of the transportation to engage in prostitution count involving Cassie Ventura. He has been found not guilty of sex trafficking of Jane, who is the girlfriend that he was dating as well, and guilty of the transportation to engage in prostitution. Now,
so it seems like they got him guilty on some of the minor charges, no pun intended, but not on the big trafficking ones. My understanding is that the evidence against him was overwhelming, which does kind of which I think gives the impression this is like another well-connected, wealthy Hollywood people just get away with a lot of bad shit, you know, like just the same as like this. The same thing always happens. It happened with OJ. It happened to a large extent, right, with Weinstein, you know. But isn't he's still going to jail for a while? He's still being convicted on felony charges.
Elizabeth, this is very, very significant. We had an inkling yesterday when there was a hung jury on the...
They're also likely to let him post bond and just get out free. I don't think he's being given bond. Somebody in chat just said that he literally was just denied bond.
RICO charge, the most serious, that there might be an actual acquittal there or a hung jury. The prosecution insisted on having it keep going. The defense wanted it to keep going. And now we know they have a result. It is...
Yeah, denied bail. What the fuck is this? Court sketch shows Sean Diddy Combs reacting after verdicts are read in New York on Wednesday. He crawled under the table and he took a nap. On the chair? On the stinky courtroom butt chair? He freaky. Yeah, that's true. He's popping it out a little bit. So he has been denied. Oh wait, bail decision. Cleared of sex trafficking and racketeering charges that could have behind bars for life, but found guilty of lesser prostitution-related offenses. The verdict is a blow to prosecutors who said the music mogul used violence and fear to abuse women, and overall a win for the disgraced star. Outside the federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan, dozens of Combs' supporters gathered after the verdict was delivered. Many chanted his name and cheered as several members of his family exited the building following the announcement. Let Puffy go, some supporters chanted, putting their fists in the air. Not guilty, others shouted. Music filled the air as supporters played Diddy Free, a track released by King Combs and Kanye West, who briefly came to support Combs in court during the trial. That's great. The crowd outside the courthouse danced and celebrated, with some handing out bottles of baby oil and lathering themselves in it. RICO is not a RICO. All right. Interesting stuff. Really, Really fascinating stuff there. Thank you.
Is a not guilty verdict. Talk to me more broadly here, because the prostitution acts, people thought it was kind of a low-hanging fruit. He was found guilty of those, but not sex trafficking of Cassie.
This is the best possible outcome for the defense. This is what, of course they wanted a full acquittal, but if you're not getting a full acquittal, this is what they wanted. Their client is now not facing life in prison. He is facing 2 separate charges that he was convicted on. Serious charges. They each carry a maximum of 10 years. So this isn't nothing that we are talking about, but the most serious charges he has been acquitted on. As Laura said, days of testimony from Cassie Ventura, from Jane, Cassie being on the stand for 4 days, Jane being on the stand for 6 days, these women crying, breaking down on the stand. Well, guess what? The jury did not believe most of their story, or even if they believed most of their story, it did not line up with the...
I think over-policing in black communities has created an environment where the counter-reaction can mean dismissing victims because you assume any black man's being unfairly convicted. I'm going to lose brother points for this one, but yeah, 100%. You saw the same thing with OJ too. Like, there are black people who will reflexively defend any other black person convicted or accused of any charges. But I don't think that explains the jury's behavior, you know? I think that more explains kind of like a broader discussion, you know? You saw with Eric Adams. Well, yeah, you did. Yeah, you did, for sure. And Eric Adams still takes advantage of it. Disinvited to the cookout. Do we know the makeup of the jury? I'm not insinuating that the jury was biased by their race. I don't know that. I have no evidence to support that. I'm talking about broader, like, discourse, broader community reaction. I have no idea why the jury ruled why they did. It was mostly male jurors. Of course, women can understand this stuff.
Those charges. So, and by the way, on that point, let's talk a little bit about that, because there was an inkling for those people who had been in the courtroom, including ourselves, who had been watching the testimony. Remember what they were using as the defense to counter the sex trafficking. It was free will. They were talking about free will, and they were suggesting, while the prosecution said any bait and switch or manipulation to coerce these women by fraud or threat or otherwise to engage in these so-called freak-offs, that force, that cloud of force and threat and violence that had hung over the head of Cassie Ventura was enough to suggest that she never could develop the free will to say no. And when it came to Jane, the idea of manipulating her to travel to places like New York under the pretenses of quality time and shopping, only to then engage in freak-offs, was enough of manipulation. Well, the defense, was very clear. They kept saying free will. These are grown women making grown-up decisions who have an interest in engaging in this behavior. It seems that the jurors, maybe looking at text messages or testimony, agree.
By the way, to be clear, I just want to be clear really quick, because I don't want to be misconstrued, okay? White people also reflexively defend white people. I think there might be a greater proportional bias in the black community towards in-group defense relative to how progressive they are in their voting tendencies. Like for instance, white people tend to vote for white presidential candidates, but black people overwhelmingly voted for Obama or Kamala Harris. Though there are other underlying biases there. There's like a sort of like a underlying motivating factors to that. Math is complicated. What's most important is that you not be racist.
With that sentiment.
Absolutely, and we were just talking about some of those text messages that came in, and let's dig into them a little bit deeper. As I said, nothing about this is black and white. I have covered many high-profile sex crimes cases with famous defendants, and the concept of consent can be very hard for a jury to understand, especially when
that's especially a male jury.
You have text messages that say, I want to do this freak off. Now, again, these women on the stand said that they texted those things to simply placate Sean Combs because they were scared of him. Because especially in Cassie Ventura's case, remember, this is a woman who was physically beaten. Our team got that on video, and the jury saw that numerous times.
By the way, the jury is leaving the courtroom right now. Their job is done now. Civic duty done. They have been there for 7 weeks, and they just left the courtroom.
This is, I mean, really, it is a stunning turn of events. It's a quick deliberation. I mean, a quick turn of events from yesterday when they were deadlocked. But also remember, this is the beginning of day 3. This jury reached a verdict in under 15 hours after hearing 2 months of testimony. So really a stunning outcome. Again,
In my eyes, the court here is upholding rape culture. Yeah, I didn't follow the proceedings very much at all, but my understanding is that the evidence against Diddy here was pretty compelling. Pretty goddamn compelling. And for the lesser charges to be affirmed, but the big ones to be for him to be acquitted on, suggests to me, I don't know. I can't really comment on that.
Would anticipate that the defense is quite happy right now, but Sean Combs will still be serving prison time. Yes. These are still 2 charges that each carry 10 years. Now, Laura, I actually want to hear, as a former federal prosecutor, how much time, and you may not want to make this prediction, but how much of that time do you anticipate that he would serve? What do you think that the judge may sentence him at with each of these charges carrying 10 years each?
A great question. First, let me just dab the sweat off my brow, because let me tell you something. I was sprinting from the court trying to get here for this moment because I was so eager to understand what the actual verdict would be that I'm literally doing an affair to remember sprint through the streets of Manhattan trying to get here. And on the way, people were asking, is there a verdict? Through the streets of Manhattan. That's how people have been viewing this particular case. And here's the thing. After almost 8 weeks, the SDNY has a success rate of conviction of over 90%. It's actually over, I think, 95%. So think, the resources that are being used in this case, more than what? It was 6 prosecutors, including...
It really does suck that the Me Too movement, like, completely failed, unfortunately. Like, rape was already illegal, but the effort was to normalize a culture of believing victims, which unfortunately just did not fucking happen. Like, right-wing media dogpiled, and the issue got kind of dropped. And now, like, our current sitting president lost a civil case about sexual assault and then immediately went to run the presidency. So, yeah, there's been a backlash. Now you have more guys than ever, despite the fact that false rape accusations are incredibly fucking rare relative to rape. You've got a bunch of guys who are like, yeah, you got to be careful with a female because, like, if you have sex and later she regrets it, she could accuse you of raping her. Shit doesn't fucking happen. I mean, it can happen, but it doesn't happen any more than other false accusation crimes, like false accusations of murder or battery. It can happen. It's just like anything can happen, pussy. I don't know. Come on. Cons are with Diddy, Eliza Lee. Cons are pro-rape, ideologically.
Maureen Comey, a top prosecutor in the SDNY who handled Ghislaine Maxwell and other infamous cases as well. For almost 8 weeks, the devotion of resources and time and energy and cost resulting in prostitution-related charges. Now, that might be a black eye if people are thinking about the rate of conviction, but they believed in their case, and now they'll go forward knowing that the jury, who they must respect, has found only this one. But here's the thing. 10 years is possible, but for a first-time offender of any crime like this, it could be...
If you accuse someone of rape and are lying, you should get prison time that your would-be rapist would have gotten. Dog, quit letting your fear of women get pressed on you by people on the internet, okay? This is not a real problem. This is like 12-year-old posting, okay? This shit goes hard in the playground. Rape is like really fucking common. You really want it, so how do you determine if a rape accusation's false? Like if they fail to convict, and then the woman who was raped gets 30 years or whatever? No, I don't think so. If it's found that you lied in a police report, which is what a false rape accusation is, that's already a crime. You can already go to jail for that. It's you have to proportion your response to this stuff in relation to the evidence of the problem. Like, are sharks scary? Yes. How much money should we dedicate to preventing shark attacks? Probably not that much because they don't happen that often. Rape happens, statistically speaking, since I've started this sentence, someone watching has been raped, okay? Shit is so fucking common. If you talk to women, I know tough for many of you, but one day you'll get there, a lot of them have stories. Them or a friend, someone they're close to, maybe like an almost incident. Shit's really common. Really, 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 really common. False rape accusations? Oh, yeah, I've heard a few stories on the internet. I'm just saying, like, you gotta proportion your response to this shit line the problem. Rape's a serious problem. I know some people might get mad at me for this one, but I mean it. Rape is bad. You gotta... I think a lot of guys don't get this because women don't talk about it, because women are kind of educated not to trust guys with this information, which is fair because a lot of guys, like a woman will tell a guy a story of her being raped when she was 16, and the guy will think for a second and say, well, was his dick bigger than mine? Like, it's a lot of guys are fucking psychopaths on the topic, so women don't talk about it. And then you get the problem, you know?
As little as 2 years in prison as well. Now, they could run consecutively, meaning back to back as opposed to concurrently, but that is something that we're not talking about the maximum per se, and this judge will have discretion. Here's what will happen now. He will set a sentencing date. He will have a probation report that is coming up, and over this probation report, he is going to essentially figure out issues of remorse and recidivism, which is a fancy way of saying, will they commit the crime again? He'll look at the different factors that are in play for sentencing guidelines. This is federal court, and he will draw a conclusion on that. He will not walk out a free man today at all, but he knows...
I don't understand why the huge prevalence of rape mean we should actively ignore the problem of false accusations. Are you high? What do you mean, who's ignoring it? It's illegal. If you're found to have falsified a police report, that's a crime. What do you mean ignore? I don't understand. I'm ignoring the shark attack problem. You're definitely brushing it off? Yeah. Like I'm brushing the shark attack thing off. It's not as common. But you know what I hear? You know what is common? Guys whining about false rape accusations that have never happened to them. That's the difference. You talk to a woman about rape, she has a story. You talk to a guy about false rape accusations, he's heard a story, you know? Oh, you're ignoring the problem. Well, no, if it happens that woman's a piece of shit, it's a crime. She should go to jail. She lied in a police report. She criminally misrepresented a scenario in an attempt to hurt a guy and get him sent to jail. I mean, good luck with that, considering how infrequently rapes are prosecuted to conviction, but, you know, whatever.
Right now, the possibility of life without the rest of his life is no longer on the table. Prostitution, though, is. And I have to say, I'm a little surprised.
You can't just say you don't have a story, you heard of a story, bro, I have a story. I can say that because I talk more about, like, statistical realities than the experiences of the individual chatters who I don't know. But if you have a story and someone falsely accused you of rape, then that's bad. And, you know, if she falsified a police report, I'm assuming she because I'm misogynist, then that's a criminal offense. I don't know, like, I don't know what position you want me to take on this. It's like talking about anti-white racism. Shit happens, yeah, but you got to get a little bit suspect when you hear more. Oh, but I have a story. I was discriminated against by a black person. Okay, fucking, I'm sure I have been too. Me in Los Angeles getting on the bus, and the cool black driver is like, hey, what's up, man? To the two black kids in front of me, but then I step on, he's like, why don't I get a hey, what's up, man? No one suffers as you suffer. I know, I know. I think the chatter is saying the punishment for falsifying a police report doesn't address the reputational harm. Well, sure, but nothing could. To which I say sue for defamation. Yeah, you can do that. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, if you think you have a case there, that seems valid. But also, like, let's not pretend life is easy for women who file rape accusations. Right? Like, that's not... This is like Leah Thomas transition to own the women in the swimming or whatever. Like, you're disrupting your life quite a bit by filing a rape charge, by going to the police and the tests and the inquiry and the so on, the rape kit, and then they never fucking test the thing. You you know, it's a whole thing. So I'm just saying, like, let's not treat it with flippancy, okay? That's all. That's all. I'm just saying we shouldn't treat it with flippancy. Or maybe only make rape accusations if it's fucking serious and not, oh, well, I regret it. Dude, what the fuck? Hunter Biden nudes. How can you watch me for so long and be like a massive retard? Shouldn't some of me rubbed off on you? That shit ain't happening, dog. Women are not fucking and then going, I didn't enjoy that. I'm going to now spend the next 2 years of my life dealing with lawyers and police while I accuse somebody with no evidence of raping me, therefore turning it into a back and forth where we'll both get cross-examined by lawyers and I'll have to perform and cry, but it's all worth it because I regretted the sex. Are you insane? Jesus Christ. Take 30 days to reflect. That should be a perm. Surely it has happened even if it's not common. Everything has happened. There are people who have been killed because their pet walked across the trigger of a loaded gun and fired it accidentally. There have been people who have died to lightning strike. Why aren't we talking about reality? I go for like a few months without doing anything or saying anything explicitly feminist, and everyone goes fucking crazy, man. Why are people so terrified of women? They're like literally weak. I am most of them. It's just not that common. It's statistically not any more common, false rape accusations, than false accusations of other crimes. If a person falsely accuses you of a crime and you're charged and you have to go through court proceedings, that's fucking awful. And I hope that you succeed in proving that woman a liar, and then you sue the shit out of her for defamation and countersue and da-da-da. Well, infinite retribution, okay? Scorched earth, jihad, I don't care. Whatever. I've never even insinuated otherwise. Let's just not pretend that this is a real epidemic of women regretting sex. Do you have any idea how many times I've heard about a woman who accuses a man of rape because she regretted sex? Never from people who I know because it happened to them, but always like the abstract. Like it could happen. What if it did happen? Like, Jesus. Considering, yeah, how underreported actual rape already is, let's not like let's not produce a culture of like disbelieving women this much, you know? Like it's not good. I do think rape is bad. Many people have criticized me for this position. We need a me 3. That's fucking facts. Well, that's for a jury to decide, Jazz Dog. The truth is, and this has been my experience, okay? Because I'm a human who lives in the real world, and I base my understanding of the world off of my experiences with it and the information I have on it, not like anecdotes online. A lot of people, especially a lot of men, have a shockingly bad understanding of consent. Like a significant number of people, young or old, mostly men, have no idea what consent is. And there's a million versions of this. There's if you pressure her relentlessly and she eventually says yes, that's consent. There's like the Dennis method or whatever, you know, because of the implication. There's people who think that if you're drunk, as long as you're capable of like nodding, that's consent. Like there are so many, and then there's a bunch of other stuff too. Like there are guys who will make out with a chick at a party, and when the girl's sober, and the girl's like, yeah, we should fuck later. And then later the girl's plastered and the guy's like, well, time to cash in on that promise, and rapes her because he thinks, well, she consented while she was sober, but she's barely like conscious now or whatever. There are so many versions of this, and so many women who never report their rapes, who never even, like, don't even want to think about it as rape because of all that implies, and because they think it soils them and yada yada, right? So in this environment, we cannot go being giant pussy retards by unironically espousing shit like, well, what if they accuse you of rape falsely because they regret it? If you are saddled, if a person tells me they have a false rape accusation, it is statistically true that it is more likely that he raped her and just doesn't know it, and she's accusing him credibly of rape, but he doesn't know what rape is. Like, rape is so common that if a person claims false rape accusation, it's overwhelmingly more likely that that's what's going on. That being said, in individual cases, you have to proportion your beliefs to the available evidence. So if I knew someone, I never have, but if I knew someone had said they'd been falsely accused, I'd be like, damn. So I guess it's kind of a he said, she said. I don't know. I mean, maybe I'll hear both sides of the story, but I don't know. I don't know if I'm ever going to, like, figure it out. You have to kind of, like, work out the details and the implications, I guess. It's just a rough dynamic. Just don't be too much. Just don't be a freak about it. You know? Hit him with a that's crazy. Well, that should be done in all cases, yeah.
In a way. Although this was low-hanging fruit to have the prostitution, because, again, there was almost a guffaw heard around the world when they said, no, I didn't pay these male escorts for sex, I paid them for their time. And the defense said, well, that's what it was, and they weren't always paid if they didn't perform. But they didn't actually call a single male escort who traveled across state lines. They called two who were in this area and who also talked about their sexual performance. But did that surprise you that really this came down to the documents alone?
It came down to the documents, and I think that was obviously incredibly effective for the jury because, again, when they are seeing flight records that show said sex worker went from Atlanta to New York, that's pretty clear cut and dry that you are traveling across state lines. So it did come down to that evidence, to the documents, because you are right, Laura, not only did they not call any male sex workers who traveled across state lines, but also none of these sex workers called themselves prostitutes. So that is you bring up a really, really good point that these male escorts on the stand, they were not saying, yes, now in hindsight, I realize that I was paid as a prostitute. So that wasn't cut and dry, but that documentation, the bank statements, the hotel.
That's gotta suck. Imagine if you think you're getting paid to attend a party because you're like that cool, and then you go there and Diddy's oiling himself up. That's gotta fucking suck. That's sexual assault in and of itself. It's a kind of. It's
records and also the flight records clearly is what compelled the jury to convict him on those two charges.
I think we're hearing something right now that they're asking for Sean Combs to be released pending the sentencing. I believe you're saying he wants to go back to his home in Miami, which of course was the subject of a lot of discussion. He lives on 1 and 2-star island. Talk about the level of wealth we're talking about here. He will not have access to a plane or the ability to travel, we're being told in my ear right now. And so they're making that request. Now, it is not unheard of for somebody to be released pending sentencing, particularly if they're not sentenced on the far more serious of charges. And remember, part of the consideration for any judge deciding whether somebody will be released and until sentencing is their threat to the community. Do they pose a risk to the community? Do they pose a safety threat to themselves or others? Now, for him to be held on prostitution would suggest that that prostitution or transportation as such would be enough to hold. I'm not familiar with that happening.
I wonder what the logic of doing this was anyway. Like, if you're a famous pop star, are you really having issues picking up women? No, but that's the thing, right? Rape is about power, right? Like, why do you think all the billionaire pedophiles, or whether they're all going to Epstein. You know, it's not like it's not like, you know, Alan Dershowitz or Trump or whatever, like the only place they can get laid is Little St. James. It's specifically about like the power dynamic. And I think that people who are very wealthy and powerful are probably more likely to have the kind of mind where they would enjoy something like that. You know, which is bad, again, to make a clear moral denunciation. Yeah, Trump explicitly described that he enjoyed fucking women who were the wives of other people he knew in business because he liked cucking them. Like, then it's not about sex, it's about the power. Like, you're literally saying that you're having sex with a woman not because you're enjoying the sex of the woman, but because you like feeling like you're better than the man, like you have power over the man. Which, in addition to being fucking gay, is also, I think, an element of how, you know, not about sex it is. I don't know. Well, Andrew Tate phenomenon. Yeah, like Tate very clearly doesn't enjoy sex. He's said he essentially doesn't derive enjoyment from sex. He just likes that it makes him feel like a man.
Of a lot of different people, so the judge could take into consideration, well, the jury has found they do not pose a threat in this moment in time. They want to set aside or put some conditions of release. It could be an ankle monitor, it could be otherwise, but again, the risk of flight, the posing of a threat to the community, all things that the judge will consider. Can you imagine?
And Laura, I want to read to you the exact quote that comes from our Nikki Brown, who is in that courthouse. This is what Mark Agnifilo, who is Combs' defense attorney, said, quote, he has been acquitted of very, very serious charges. He has been convicted of a far less serious charge. The judge asking, as Laura...
Maybe a follow-up video from after the denying bail. Oh, yes, they do. Posted 3 minutes ago.
We are back with our breaking news. The judge in the Sean Diddy Combs trial has just rather shockingly denied him bail. This, of course, coming after the news that the jury convicted him of 2 of the lesser charges in the government's case against him, finding him not guilty of the 3 biggest and most consequential charges. Do we have Elizabeth Wagmeister yet? Okay, so let's get straight to CNN's Elizabeth Wagmeister, who's outside the court, along with Laura Coates. Laura, this is a surprising development. What are we learning? What are the judge's reasons for not letting him out?
Well, we are still learning all the reasons why the judge has denied bail to Sean Diddy Combs pending his sentencing. That can be an indication of a number of things. Remember, the prosecution is intending
massive flight risk, perhaps?
To ask for jail time in this matter. Each of those charges could provide 10 years in prison. The sentencing guidelines will obviously dictate to what extent that will be followed. Those are the maximum. It is the ceiling, not the floor. But given the number of offenses he has failed to have in the past and the corresponding ways in which you judge someone's category that they're in for the ultimate decision of sentencing, it could be far less than that. I will say, of course, that the judge, by making this statement, essentially is giving a bit of a heads up that perhaps jail time is in fact what he will actually hand down to Sean Diddy Combs when the sentencing does in fact occur. I will also say that this indicates that the judge believes that there were no conditions of release that could have been met that would have satisfied the court in terms of whatever pending threat there may have been to the society or the witnesses or victims in this case that as alleged, and that the conditions of release, including a passport being removed, no access to a flight, living in places other than New York, all these things could have been a part of it. You have additional information as well in terms of the why.
You know, we don't have the why quite yet. We are waiting from our team inside the courtroom, but when you said that part of the reason why could be that the judge perhaps believes that Combs could be a threat to society or the other witnesses, it reminded me of a letter letter that Cassie Ventura's attorney submitted just hours ago opposing him being released on bail. Jake, I want to read you a quote from his letter. It says, quote, Miss more of this
issues and problems and flaws, and that these were terrible situations. But again, the defense was saying it was domestic violence. I think the judge could have gone the other way here, because the jury did acquit him of the racketeering and the sex trafficking counts, which would involve alleged acts of violence. And the jury found that he wasn't guilty of any of that. He was just found guilty of transporting individuals across state lines to engage in prostitution. So what is his risk to the...
Are there people really rooting for Diddy? He is a very popular celebrity, you know?
And after nearly a 2-month trial, with 34 deciding right now whether Combs will actually be released today, his defense arguing that since the music mogul was acquitted of the most serious crimes, he should be able to go home. Once court was adjourned, family members cheered today's verdict. Combs' son, Christian, telling ABC News how happy he is.
Hey, yo, we love y'all. We love everybody watching. So happy. Pop's coming home. God bless. God bless the whole world.
What was going through your head when the verdict was read? Happy.
Interesting. They don't seem too concerned about selling their side of the story to the press.
Joining me now, Irina Roy, just outside court, legal contributor Bernardo Villalona, and also senior entertainment reporter Kelly Carter. All right.
I want to see, is there like a video of like his fans outside the courthouse? Is this what they were referring to?
I heard allegedly it was 2 slip and falls in the Frico. Look. Slide at your wrist. Slide at your own wrist.
So I had to ask you, did you come with a bottle of Astroglide and baby oil, or did you pick them up afterwards, or how did that take shape?
It was actually gifted to me.
Okay.
It was a gift that keeps on giving.
Okay.
Never even seen this thing.
Okay.
It's the first thing.
Right.
But when I touched it, I seen the power that it had.
Yeah.
Interesting.
He beat him! It doesn't matter. He beat him! He beat him! He kicked him! He spit on him! You can't handle the truth! You can't handle the truth! It doesn't matter what you can't handle the truth! You can't handle the truth! This guy doesn't know what he's talking about!
Is it a possibility that Cassie Ventura went through things like this horrific, horrible things that this man, you saw me, we can agree the videos were horrible, right? Is it possible that she did things that she wouldn't know to because she was so in love with this man? The answer is yes or no. Because I gotta tell you, man, I've done things for women that because I was so in love with them, all I want to do, hold on, all I want to do is put a smile on their face, yes. Yes.
Yes. You understand what I'm trying to say? At the end of the day, we all have cell phones. 911. Amen.
Interesting stuff. Well, that was of no value at all. I'm glad we got to talk about rape culture for a bit, though. And I got to be, like, performatively angry at chat. I mean, I guess I was angry at some of you specifically. But, you know, broader sort of communication, you know. It's an important topic, man. Chat actually handled it well, I feel. Yeah, it was mostly just a few people, I guess. People don't give a shit about rape culture. I think that a lot of people are resistant to talking about it because they're uncomfortable with the idea that they might have broached moral lines before, or that they might have had them broached by another person towards them. And they don't want to feel like a person who victimizes others or a victim because it would recontextualize those experiences. I think that communication, understanding what's going on in other people's heads and hearts is pretty difficult, like in the best of days. And sex is a subject where people have a lot of very strong pent-up feelings and also aren't very good at communicating themselves. You know, they're not very good at expressing what they want or what they're comfortable with. So I think that inevitably, as we, you know, grow up or have experiences or whatever, there will be times where in retrospect, I think even a responsible person will go, I could have done a bit better, like communicating there. You know, nothing egregious, but just general, like the way you would in any other scenario. Trying to communicate with people, you have an interaction, you tell the waitress at the restaurant chain, you also enjoy your food, and then you feel dumb after. Yeah, it's no one communicates perfectly in every scenario. You know, it's unavoidable. Eventually, you're going to reflect. But because the idea of like consent and rape, they're they're built up. They're like matters of great import. So people don't want to reflect on their engagements with those things quite as much, and I think that makes them worse at it. It makes people worse at learning about those things, talking about those things. People might be willing to self-reflect so they don't tell the hostess at the airline gate to enjoy her flight when she's not getting on the flight. They don't want to do that in the future, but people don't really want to think like, how consensual was that encounter at like prom or whatever, you know? But unfortunately, like you have to do that because otherwise, well, otherwise you could get a lot of people hurt, including yourself. I hit what I thought was a close tab button, and it was in fact the play next YouTube short button, which is sort of the opposite of what I was going for. Yeah, I guess I should read donos. I got a new electric shaver today. I really hope I like it. I like the A5 or A7 or something like that. I've been using the same dog shit beard trimmer for like 5 years. It is not good. It is not a good beard trimmer. Used Manscaped Noon. I don't respect Manscaped. Like, why are you marketing a razor as like for your balls? Like, just use a razor on your balls. I just don't trust the marketing. It's like that Untucked brand that trans women like posing with. Like, oh, we made shirts that don't have to be tucked. Okay. I don't think they look very good. Untuck It. That's what it's called. Manscaped is majority marketing. Gross, how do we go from rape culture to ball shaving? The segment changed. Also, there's nothing gross about shaving your balls. Don't be crude. I mean, I would never do it, but that's because my whole body is hairy. Like, I shave my junk, then what? You reach the stomach and ass hair. You shave that, then what? Okay, now I've got like a smooth butt and dick and balls and tummy, but my legs are hairy and my chest is hairy. I might as well swim in Nair. The thing that I don't get about Untuck It is that if their whole brand is making shirts that you don't have to wear tucked, which you don't have to wear any shirt tucked if you don't want to, why do they still have a curved hem? Like, if you're supposed to wear this untucked, this is too long, and it still has a curved hem, so it's still meant to be tucked. You have curved hems so you can more easily tuck shirts in. Why not just have a flat hem? Like, there are shirts that have flat hems. But no, see, they're all like it. I don't get it. None of these, this isn't very fashion forward, I'll say that much. What's the difference between this and a regular dress shirt? they're like shorter, so you can't tuck them in as much. It's just, I don't know. Yeah, corporate business casual slop. Could it be style? I promise you nobody is styling these. Is it the way they drape? Nah, this looks like regular fabric. I mean, they're too slim to drape. What drape? Look at how slim this is. It bunches against your hips. And for $100 too, like, oh, and you know what wrinkle-free means? It means polyester. Product description. Oh, 100% cotton. I'm wrong. Then how are you making it wrinkle-free? What? So are you just lying? Because cotton will hold wrinkles. It's what the fabric does. Say goodbye to ironing. This wrinkle-free style comes out of the dryer ready to wear and stay sharp all day long. Just wash, dry, and go. Wash and dry your shirt? Like at home? Okay. You know, you don't have to iron that often. Once you know what you're doing with ironing, you can do it to a shirt in like 2 minutes, and you don't have to do it after every wear. You don't have to iron the whole thing too. You just iron the key areas. Okay. I'm trying to find... I don't have any shit offhand, okay? Like, okay, Abercrombie has some okay stuff. I have shopped from Abercrombie successfully before. You know, not top of the line quality or whatever, but it can be fine. This is even linen. This is much more fashion forward, see? This is an actual cropped shirt. It's not meant to be tucked in. It's meant to be oversized, loose. It's linen. It's casual. There, $48. I think that looks quite nice, personally. I don't care for the shorts here at all, but I do like them. They have so much crop stuff now. That's good. Our shirts have gotten way the fuck too long. Our shirts are way the fuck too long. It's crazy how long our shirts have gotten. It's because they assume everyone's fat. So they want the shirt to be long so it's not getting pushed out by your gut. But if you're fat, you know what you should do? Wear a tank top, which is like infinitely stretchy, tuck it in, and then wear something like this over it. That looks great. That looks good. This is why you should shave your taint, Vosh. I don't see what the relation is, to be honest. See? I think most people would agree this looks good. Oh, it's so zoomed in. I think most people would agree that looks pretty good, right? %100% linen. That's nice. I'm gonna bop your ass, Logical Pretzels. It does look good. Oh, you have an Eisenhower jacket. That's quite nice. All right, okay, okay. I think that Eisenhower jackets are nice. And they are extremely cropped. You'll never guess why they came to be called Eisenhower jackets. because they're fruity. He was a fruity guy. It's basically it's ultra cropped. It's meant to be worn with high-waisted, you know, chinos or trousers. It's got almost the silhouette of a bomber, but it's a little more slim. And yeah, you wear it with a dress shirt and tie. I think they're pretty handsome, personally. I think they're a good shape. Unfortunately, they're not incorporated into modern casual dress wear that much. The idea of like essentially like an ultra cropped, tight fitting field jacket that you would wear over a button up shirt, that's not super commonly integrated. You can. There's a reason women swooned for men in uniform back in the day. Yeah. Used to be pretty dripped out. Sorry. Okay, I gotta read. Thoughts on Ike as a president? I don't know as much as I should. The Zach of all trades, thank you for the $5. Come to DC, all of us are here. There are Moroccans, Tunisians, and everything. I love DC. Every time I've gone, I've really, really enjoyed it. Kizzy, thank you for the incredibly kind $35. Trans rights are human rights? That's true. Nobody's saying it these days, but it's still true. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you. Small Donut, thank you for the tier 3 sub. I'll hold out for a big donut. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you. Apes in the Plan, thanks for the tier 3 sub as well. Going white named in the middle of a chat is something I never want to experience again. It's okay. I don't judge you for it. We all have lapses. Tech and Archivist and the whole damn circus, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Cash Money, thanks for the tier 1 sub. I hated your fashion till I found out Polo, Ralph Lauren, and Eddie Bauer stores are 20 miles from me. I now have cunty clothes I can serve with every day. Yeah, and you know what? If those stores in the area are in the area, you know what that probably means? That means vintage of those stores might be in local vintage shops, depending on when those stores open. Polo, Ralph Lauren still makes good stuff. I think Eddie Bauer skews more quality in the past. But listen, Polo Ralph Lauren absolutely still makes high quality stuff. Eddie Bauer does too. I'm just a big fan of vintage Eddie Bauer. Big fan. Raya Love I-87, thanks the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate that. I Love Duckies, thank you for the 5. One of the things that deters me from really getting into fashion is that you only talk about the expensive stuff you get, so I don't know where to really start. Yeah, I tend to buy expensive stuff because it's tough to get really good quality stuff for cheap these days, unless you're very good at thrifting or you have a very good understanding of the style you're trying to build. Look, the reason I spend the money that I do is because I can, and because I'm not as good at thrifting, you know? But if you know what you're doing, you can unironically be like insanely dripped out if you know what you're going for. And if you live in the right area, of course, because if you're thrifting, you're kind of limited to the region that you're in. If you're outside of a big city, thrifting's not going to be as good unless you're looking for vintage workwear in some cases. It depends. Simric, thank you for the 5. One of the things the right has is that most of their influencers are conventionally attractive. Looking good gets folks to listen. I think that they tend to doll their women up. I can't say I agree. Have you checked out Double RL? I'm a huge Double RL fan. We were talking about it earlier. Double RL is probably my favorite sub-label. Double RL, Imogene and Willie, and Buck Mason are the 3 brands that I own the most stuff from. And they are super goated. That's sick, Miss Genderlin. That's sick. I love Double RL. I love Western wear. And I love Ralph Lauren. I'm thinking, of course, of the famous Ralph Lauren double tuck. Phenomenal. You have this worn old denim pearl snap Western shirt over a white, I believe, Henley. And then over that, you have this chore coat, this overshirt, and you have them tucked in different ways, and then you've got this like Western tool-tipped belt. Oh. No, not a Henley. It's an actual button-up shirt because it's got the cuffs here. I've been eyeing these suits for a while. As far as suits go, any good or trash? You might not like the opinion that I have on this. I guess that's why you're asking me, so I'll be honest with you. These, like, modern tech suits, I think are, bad. The problem is that suits are tailored luxury wear, and they should be treated as such. You're not going to get... the qualities that I like about suits can't be done in these cuts with these materials. You shouldn't spill a Starbucks latte on the shoulder of your suit. What matters, like, there are a bunch of tailoring principles that matter to me that are, what the fuck? This is the third time I've declined. That can't really be done like this. I don't like slim cuts either. Hold on, how fucking late is it? Oh, god damn it, I have a Rentoid thing to do. 1 second. I might be back. Rentoid shit, sorry. Just ran up and down the stairs. Oh, wait, 1 second. I didn't think stream would run past 3. That's my fault. Ruben. Okay. Debutts, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Snipus Maximus, thank you for the tier 4 sub. Very kind of you. My goodness. Looks like my sub renewed. Man, the opposition is so cooked. No meaningful resistance. No. I'm really, really, really hoping for something from Amdani in terms of motivating, you know, dissent. Sorry. It's hard to talk. Running around. Had to go out for a second. Zooming. Sensuous Psychosis, thank you for the 4 $5 donations all in a row. Armenia was first, then Ethiopia. They're part of the major sect Eastern Christianity, which is a loose grouping of pre-Roman churches. Orthodox is the post-schism Eastern half of what was Roman Christianity, which came after Armenia and Ethiopia and wasn't/isn't Eastern Christian. The 4 big sects today are Eastern Catholic, Orthodox, and Protestant. Calling Eastern Christianity Eastern Orthodox is Orientalist and outdated. I have never heard... I would need to learn more about this, genuinely. I would need to learn more about this, yeah. I thought I only really talk about or think about the 3 groups.
Ruben's in here?
Yeah. Capello. Woo. Capello.
Go play with Ruben. You see him? Is he back there?
Yeah, he's back there. Look who woke me up in the morning. Mwah. Joseph's story is fun. Thank you for the $10. Vosh, I don't know what games you like, but have you considered playing Victoria 3, Socialism the Meta? Socialism is the meta. No, I don't like 4X games that much, and I would never ever play a game just because it's based in Red Pilled, you know? No, I don't think I'd enjoy it. I have heard that socialism is the meta. I see the posts. I see the posts. And Revolution Win, thank you for the $5. Just got a kitty this summer. Meet Spike, Gamer, and Voshite. Tiny! One second old. Yeah. Beep. So cute. The springs. They love the springs. So cute. What's his favorite game? Presumably Stardew Valley. You know, judging from the first picture. That's really cute. If he's a Voshite, it might be Disco Elysium. I don't know what my favorite game is. In terms of games that give me like a comfortable feeling of belonging and happiness, I gotta say, number one, it's not Pathologic. I'm not sure, because there's different types of games. Like, there's different types of favorites. What's the highest quality? What would I recommend the most? What have I had the most fun with? A lot of variety. In terms of comfort, though, here's an easy one. Diablo 2. Man, that was a good remaster. That was a good remaster. Still alive, thank you for the $5. Octopunch, thank you for the 20. So we agree those guys are soulless ghouls, right? You mean the House of Representatives? No, I love those guys. DJ Monotonous, thanks for the $2. Are you a fan of Brad Lander? Hey, why am I... Okay, yeah, Brad Lander. Sorry, I don't know. I thought in my head, fucking Mamdani friend, right? And then I thought, no, that can't be that obvious. Yeah, no. He's great. Miguel Aguilar, thank you for the $5. You know what I love? The fact that Puerto Rico is going to suffer and we can't do anything. I can't imagine people in the 50 states claiming it's hopeless. I don't love that at all. Zeno, thank you for the $2. Darth Phoenix 33, thank you for the $5. How serious do you think the threat of deportation is against Mamdani? I don't know. I don't really know. Anything could happen. There are a lot of claims that Trump has merely engaged in puffery on, and then there are things that we didn't think possible that have happened shockingly. I don't know. We're going to live in fear for a while, I'm afraid. Vixen and Lies, all lies. Thank you for the $10 both. If Trump died tomorrow of like old age, do you think that would slow anything down, or is his charisma and charm mostly set dressing at this point? It's difficult to say, because it seems like right now the Republicans are doing everything they're doing without public approval anyway. Like, nobody likes this bill. So I think that right now there would be a massive power struggle, because they would need to find the next Trump. Like, obviously JD Vance would become president, but they would need to find the next core person to build the movement around. And that can't be JD Vance. He just doesn't have it. And Lies All Lies, thank you. I like talking about the fashion stuff. I really do enjoy it. I know that it's not in the interest of a lot of people. I know a lot of people don't care for it, but I think, you know, it's just a creative form. There's... Oh my God, did you hear him? Ruben! Little guy! He screamed. Where'd you go? Whoop. Mwah. Vosh, guard your pants. Yeah, why'd you pee on Vermin's pants earlier? Why'd you do that? You never do stuff like that. Mwah. Why'd you pee on the pants? We changed the whoa. We changed the stuff in their poop box the other day. We're switching from like clay sand to those pellets. So that might be it. Might be a protest. Those are healthier? Yeah, it seems like those are better. We've had the clay sand for a while. They'll get used to it. Is it an effective protest? I mean, the pants did get peed on. He's screaming. Vermin, if you wouldn't mind removing him and taking him to your room, he's meowing. DJ Monotonous, Galactic Moth, and Galactic Moth again, thank you for the $2 all. Yeah, Mamdani does need protection for sure. He does have security. LJ, thank you for the incredibly kind $50. What if all Dems just voted in favor of the bill and said, let's see how it works out for you? I wouldn't mind them just going accelerationist. What's the worst that could happen? Dems lose support, it's going to pass anyway. Well, I don't think there'd be any benefit to them just voting for it. I do think keeping the line distinct is important. I think, I mean, obviously the Dems suck, but they don't suck as much as this bill. This bill is beyond them. Unfortunately, it seems like there aren't any political consequences anymore. You know what I mean? Like, you can put out a really shockingly bad bill and you can hurt a lot of people. And I just don't know if it's going to change anything. Republicans that get hurt by it are just going to blame Democrats or immigrants or black people or whatever. Adrian Najuan and Arcane Spaghetti, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. I love pants. I'm a trucker and I'm looking for some durable but cool clothes that are fairly breathable and don't stain easily. Got any recommendations? Well, everything gets stained. The question is, can you make it look good when it's stained, right? Or can you wash it easily? Workwear is easy to clean and looks nice and worn when it's stained, you know? You can go with a denim trucker jacket or one in duck canvas. You can go for a gas station jacket. They're also cropped, so they're good for long distance trucking. And they're often also breathable because they're meant to be relatively light, depending on the materials that you use for them, you know? I think gas station jackets are very underappreciated. There's one that I fucking desperately want, which Cowboy Crust has styled. It's a Ford Motors gas station jacket. I don't even know how much that would cost. Let me see if I can. I'll go to his YouTube channel. I don't give a shit. I'll do it. But yeah, you want something cropped, you want something light, you want something that's maybe a darker color because it gives you a bit more leeway with staining. You want something that can be washed easily, so you probably want something that's made out of cotton, you know? There's a lot of leeway there, you know? There's a lot on the table there. Okay, look at this. Look at this shit. Stop! Look at that. Ford Motor Co. gas station jacket. Look at how fucking good that looks. And those are hickory striped pants, by the way. Look at that. Love that shit. He the guy that has his own denim line? He released, yeah, with Left Field NYC. Performative. Why are you being mean? Or do you get this jacket? Maybe it's not a gas station jacket. Would this be a bomber? Jeans? I don't think this is denim. This is hickory stripe, so it's more likely they're just cotton pants. What's the fabric on that? Well, the jacket is definitely cotton. Ford Motors bomber jacket vintage. Okay, now it's showing me Letterman jackets. Bomber jackets and Letterman jackets are different. Fuck you. The collar? Jacket vintage? I'm not seeing it. I have no idea what this is. I have no clue. That's a damn shame. No, sorry. And Arcane Spaghetti, thank you for the incredibly kind $50 donation. Speaking of Japan's religious makeup, have you seen the show Shogun yet? No, it's on the list. It takes place during the time of the Protestant British discovering Japan, and that Christian Portugal had been influencing Japan for about a decade. It's really good. I've heard it's really good. I know an oomph on Twitter who really recommends it as well. But yeah, no, I have not yet seen it yet. I should. I need to keep like a good list of stuff that I want to watch. Hold on a second. I just realized that this fella has a short that I haven't seen.
At the minute, to me, it seems like it's almost hit this breaking point where it's like price.
Is this the guy from Son of a Stag?
Prices are at an all-time high. Yeah, everyone's into the kind of the rarer, more expensive stuff.
Are you in London?
And I wonder like how you felt about maybe where it goes from here and what the state of the vintage world is like.
I went to the new Buck Mason up near UW, and the woman who helped us buy the clothing was wearing a vintage Wrangler jacket from the 1960s. It was in perfect condition. It was fucking gorgeous.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, fashion is cyclical, right? And it's going to have ups and downs, and I do agree. I think we're getting to a breaking point a little bit, and I think that it's probably going to start to fizzle out whenever the next thing comes in, whenever the next core comes in.
Yeah, found it. Cadillac cropped zip workwear jacket. This is definitely the same silhouette, but it's a vintage piece. It would have been something from the past.
That, you know, TikTok tells people is cool. Obviously, it's a little more frustrating having to work harder to find good pieces, but at the same time, like, if people are not buying a bunch of new stuff and again like wasting a bunch of money on something from Zara that might like fall apart in a week, I can't knock that. You know, I can't knock something that's good becoming a trend. You know, like if it became really, really trendy for everyone to be super diligent about recycling, it's like, all right, you know, I can't hate this really.
That's true. Okay, I gotta wrap this up. I'm being a real goofball. Kowalski, thank you for the $5. I consumed 3,800 calories a day every day this year, and I've lost 10 pounds in the last 14 days. Sheesh. Someone find me the controls of the weather satellites. I'm sleepy. Keep eating, okay? Your body needs calories to shield itself against the heat. Your body needs calories to build all of the melanoma cells that are forming on your skin. Sensuous Psychosis, thank you for the 5. Again, Eastern Christian also includes Syriac, Assyrian, Coptic, etc. I think Nestorian is a breakoff of Orthodox, though. Enjoy my money. I artistically major in MENA history. No, I think it's interesting. I think it's very, very interesting. Like I said, I'm culturally Christian. There are things about Christian aesthetics that I like and care about. So I certainly don't not want to learn more about it. Hi, Shelf. Thank you for the $5. Pride's over. Why is your icon still rainbow colored? Good point. There we go. Atheist Jewish Messiah, thanks for the $5. The only thing Riley Gaines is good at is baiting her followers to sending threats to middle and high school girls in their schools. Easier targets. Listen, Riley Gaines might not be able to win at swimming, but she can win internet arguments with the death threats. Diego B, thank you for the $5. Sorry, my Puerto Rican nationalism has risen to the point that I say gringo as if it was the most derogatory slur. That's okay. Everyone on the internet knows that white people are acceptable targets. You can do whatever you want. You're free. And still alive, thank you for the $10. Sam Cedar sees the Republicans' actions as a cash and grab because they know they'll be destroyed in the midterms over a they're acting like they're not worried about winning elections thing. Thoughts? I hope Sam Cedar is correct, but that would imply that there's no broader project, and there are a lot of things that Republicans are doing right now that make no sense if they intend on, like, handing over power legislatively in a year. You know what I mean? Like so much of what Trump has been doing is about undermining democracy long term. What's the point of that if they're not trying to hold on to power? I don't know. I mean, we'll see, I guess. We'll still be around for it, I hope. Okay, folks. Sorry for the kind of meandering stream, but, you know, my heart was in the right place. I hope yours was too. Take care. Have a wonderful day, and I'll see y'all tomorrow, okay? Peace.